Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the Ordinary Council meeting for Ipswich City Council on the 30th of April 2025 and the time is 9:01. I'd like to call attendance for the council and good morning to all councillors. I see all councillors are in attendance. And I'd also like to welcome in our public gallery Ms Rebecca McAnallen, who's the Acting Region Manager in the Local Government Division for the Department of Local Government, Water and Volunteers. Welcome and thank you so much for coming out today. I now move on to the acknowledgement of country. And Ipswich City Council respectfully acknowledges the traditional owners as custodians of the land and waters we share. We pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging as the keepers of the traditions, customs, cultures and stories of proud people. I now invite Pastor Brad Payne from the Catalyst Church to come up to our lectern to offer us an opening prayer.
To our Mayor, Deputy Mayor, our CEO, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Brad Payne and I am the Senior Associate Pastor at Catalyst Church, and I bring you very warmest greetings from the people of our church and our lead pastor, Mark Wilson. You know, just as I was reflecting on our church, Catalyst Church shares a 40-year history here in Ipswich, and we've had many opportunities to help contribute to many people in our community through all manner of support and care. And thank you also for the opportunity to open this session of council in prayer. You know, I believe that prayer is a powerful tool that we can use for any range of issues. And in uncertain and stressful times, prayer can offer peace and encouragement, reminding us that God is still in control and that we can trust his plan. So let's pray. Mighty God, I dedicate this session of the Ipswich City Council to you, and I ask that you impart your favour and wisdom in all of their deliberations today. Let their discussions and their debates be honest and considerate. Let the decisions made in this council chamber reflect the needs of our community and your divine will. Thank you for a council that still acknowledges the importance of opening in prayer. And I pray today, Father, for the members of council, and I ask that you will be with our Mayor, Teresa Harding, our Deputy Mayor, Nicole Jonick, our CEO, Sonia Cooper, and for all of our councillors, Pi Augustine, Jacob Madsen, Paul Tully, Marnie Doyle, Andrew Antonelli, Jim Madden, and David Martin, that their representation at this meeting will be in the best interest of the people of the city of Ipswich. We thank you, God, for Ipswich, and we ask that you continue to bless us with a safe, healthy and vibrant community. Bless all of these proceedings, we pray, today in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Pastor Brad.
God bless.
Thank you. And thank you to Catalyst Church for your outreach in our community. Thank you. I'd just like to take this time to, while we're doing the acknowledgement and the opening prayer, just to remind ourselves of the local government principles, which is what we have all signed on to as councillors. And the 5 local government principles are: 1, transparent and effective processes and decision-making in the public interest. 2, sustainable development and management of assets and infrastructure and delivery of effective services. 3, democratic representation, social inclusion and meaningful community engagement. And 4, good governance of and by the local government. 5, ethical and legal behaviour of councillors, local government employees and councillor advisors. Thank you. Move on to item 4, which is the apologies and leave of absence. I have none. 5, condolences. Nil condolences. There are nil tributes. Item 7, presentation of petitions, it's nil. Item 8, presentations and deputations, and I do have a presentation to make. It's the Jan Geld Centrepiece Award for Excellence in Placemaking and Excellence in Placemaking, and highly commended in the Place Engagement category in the Place Leaders Asia Pacific Awards. So I present to you, CEO, with 2 awards that recognise Ipswich City Council's holistic approach to people-centred placemaking in our revitalisation of Ipswich Central. Council won the prestigious, I think it was the inaugural Jan Geld Centrepiece Award at the Place Leaders Asia Pacific Awards, our region's premier accolade for excellence in creating vibrant, people-focused spaces. Council was also awarded highly commended for strengthening Ipswich's cultural heart through creative engagement in the Place Engagement category for its grassroots creative engagement that helped reposition the city as a cultural hub. Revitalising Ipswich Central is a shared journey, one where council, local businesses, investors and the community all play a vital role. In 2021, a shared vision was created, and Councillor Doyle will remember this, very much leading this piece, Ipswich Central, the cultural hub and beating heart of the Ipswich community. That vision, shaped in close collaboration with our community, has inspired projects of all sizes, with a strong focus on supporting and celebrating arts and culture through a local lens. These awards were presented to Council for its inspiring leadership in bringing life, culture and creativity back to the heart of Ipswich. We have created 2 new arts hubs in the city centre off the back of the success of the work done on the revitalisation. Ipswich has secured $3.8 million in federal funding to prepare a bold new vision for the Ipswich Central Heart Precinct. I'd also like to give heartfelt thanks to the Ipswich Central Partnerships and congratulate everyone involved who worked closely with the local community to reimagine Ipswich Central as a true cultural hub, activating spaces, supporting community pride and local business growth, and for making our unique culture part of everyday life in the city. CEO, I'll hand you first the Jan Geld Centrepiece Award.
Thank you, Mayor.
And the, trying to get fingerprints on there.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
And
On
the,
behalf of the
highly commended Place Engagement.
There's more, except these on behalf of the team. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you to the team.
Mm-hmm.
I go to item 9, which is public participation. There is none. Item 10, matters of public interest, and there is nil. 11, we go to declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. And I also note that this, just this week we received an update from the department on a guideline of conflicts of interest from April 2025. And if you could hear me out, because it does talk about notifying about previously declared conflicts of interest, so hopefully they might streamline a few things. So if you bear with me while I just read a couple of paragraphs. It talks about notifying about a previously declared conflict of interest. Providing the circumstances of a declared conflict of interest are unchanged, then a council is not required to redeclare the same conflict of interest in subsequent meetings. As soon as a councillor becomes aware that they have a prescribed conflict of interest in a matter, then under section 150EK, they are prohibited from participating in a decision relating to that matter unless they have been given ministerial approval to participate. The councillor must, as required under section 150EL, either notify the CEO or a local government meeting of the prescribed conflict of interest. Once that declaration has been made, there is no requirement under the Local Government Act to make a repeat declaration. The council is prohibited from participating in the decision-making process. The council must also comply with section 150EZ and must not direct, influence, attempt to influence or discuss the matter with another person who is participating in a decision of the local government relating to the matter. Likewise, for a declarable conflict of interest, if the council has complied with the declarable conflict of interest provisions in sections 150EPA to 150ET, there is no requirement under the Local Government Act to redeclare the conflict of interest. The council is prohibited from participating in the decision-making process under section 150EK unless they have been given approval by the eligible councillors with or without conditions, or have been granted ministerial approval to participate. The council must also comply with section 150EZ. However, if the councillor, upon reflection, feels that they wish to deal with the declarable conflict of interest in a different way, they can redeclare the matter and turn that issue over to the eligible councillors for a decision. A failure to comply with either sections 150EK or 150EZ is misconduct, and the failure could also lead to the council being charged with an offence for a breach of section 201D, integrity offence. Whilst it is not required under the Local Government Act to redeclare a conflict of interest, In the interest of complying with the local government principle of transparency and effective processes and decision-making in the public interest, it is recommended that if a councillor has declared a conflict of interest in a prior council meeting in relation to a particular matter that is back before the council or a decision, it would be best practice that the councillor or the chairperson make a statement about the details of the conflict of interest. This statement should be captured in the meeting minutes. So I'll just leave that up to you all, how you wish to do that. I know there's a couple of matters here with declarable conflicts of interest. If it is on a different matter, then you probably need to do it again. But if it's about the same matter that's already been declared at an ordinary council meeting, obviously you don't need to declare it again, you just need to note it. But I'll leave that up to you, leave that in your hands. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you for the clarity, Mayor.
Thank you. But I have been notified, obviously, that Councillor, you have a declarable conflict of interest, which I know that you made at the last ordinary council meeting. So I'll leave it up to you if you need to declare it again or not.
No. Obviously working with these new guidelines, so I just note the previous declaration I made, which in this case relates to item 14.1, and I will act in the same way as I declared last time, in that I will leave the meeting while the matter is discussed.
Thank you.
And decided.
I just must make sure the CEO makes sure that that's in the minutes, that was reminded. Thank you. I then had that in item 4 of the Infrastructure Planning and Assets Committee, that Councillors Paul Tully and Jim Madden declared a conflict of interest on a matter there. Will I go to yourself, Councillor Tully, first?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I will declare, and it's in relation to my appointment by the state government as a trustee of the Goodness Cemetery, and I know it talks about the same matter, and I've previously declared the connection with the cemetery, but it's not the same matter as at the other end in terms of the Ipswich cemetery, which is being discussed today. So just to put that in context, I, Councillor Paul Tully, informed the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 4 of the IPA committee on page 115 of 221, in that I am a trustee of the Goodness Cemetery. In the circumstances, I believe that I don't have any financial benefit or any other benefit in relation to that appointment. I don't believe that there is a substantial conflict at all in relation to the matter, but I'll leave that for the councillors to decide.
Councillor Tully, do you think you have any personal or financial reasons to benefit from this particular matter, making any decisions?
No, Mayor, I've been a trustee, I think, from 1975, just so that people are aware. It's not a council cemetery. There's no personal, financial or any other benefit as a trustee.
Thank you. Any other questions of Councillor Tully? No? In that case, I'll move that Councillor Paul Tully participates and votes on item 4 in the Infrastructure Planning and Assets Committee report, because there is no personal financial benefit to him, and therefore a reasonable person would trust that the final decision is made in the public interest. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Martin. Any discussion? I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. I note everyone has voted in support of that, and noting that Councillor Tully abstained from the vote. Councillor Martin. Madden, sorry. Madden.
OEF of the Local Government Act, I, Councillor James Edward Madden, informed the meeting I have a personal interest in item 4, titled Ipswich General Cemetery Heritage Project. In the report for the Infrastructure Planning and Assets Committee number 2025-03, dated 22 April 2025, the personal interest is that I have a relative who had a headstone at the Ipswich Cemetery that went missing, and that's my personal interest.
May I ask you a question? At the committee meeting, I voted that you didn't have a conflict of interest, but then in the committee meeting, your comments were mainly around your family headstone. So to me, if the conversation's around your family's headstone, I would see that you have a conflict. But if your discussion is not about that, then I think that you don't have a conflict. So I guess I'm asking you...
Well, Mayor, I was using my case as an example of where council may wish to consider allowing people's families whose headstones went missing to be able to either put a replacement headstone in or put a plaque in.
Okay.
And I guess I was fortunate that I had an example to give.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of Councillor Madden? No? Councillor Madden, do you have any personal or financial benefits to this particular report?
No, I don't, Mayor.
Thank you. So I move that Councillor Jim Madden participates and votes in item 4, entitled Ipswich General Cemetery Heritage Project in the Infrastructure Planning and Assets Committee, because there's no personal financial benefit to him, and therefore a reasonable person would trust that the final decision is made in the public interest. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Antonelli. Any discussion? I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. And it's unanimous in the room. And I note that Councillor Madden abstained from the vote.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think Councillor Antonelli, I've got here a declared conflict of interest in the Finance and Governance Committee, item 7.
You may need to remind me, sorry, Mayor, with this cold I've been struggling with the last few days.
I think it was the procurement, and you had a relationship with Savco, is that correct? Or they were...
Oh, yes, thank you for the reminder. The item number, if you can
Item
assist
7 of the Finance and Governance Committee.
Thank you. I inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 7 of the Finance and Governance Committee, in that I suspect that a neighbour in my street may be one of the tenderers or a person's company's, the owner of the company that may be nominated in the report. So he is a number of doors down from me. It's not that we have a personal relationship in any way, shape or form. It's just that he resides in the same street as I do. And I'll just allow the council to determine whether I have a conflict in the matter.
Thank you. Councillor Antonelli, will you have a personal or financial benefit from this report?
Not at all.
Thank you. Any other questions of Councillor Antonelli? In that case, I move that Councillor Andrew Antonelli participates and votes on item 7, entitled Procurement Contract Extension 13482 Grounds Maintenance and Associated Services in the Finance and Governance Committee, because there is no personal financial benefit to him, and therefore a reasonable person would trust that the final decision is made in the public interest. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Martin. Any discussion? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. And it's unanimous, noting that Councillor Antonelli has abstained. I think last one. Deputy Mayor.
Apologies. So I note that it's within the paperwork today from the minutes from the Economic and Cultural Development Committee about my conflicts at it's item 15.4 sub item 2. So I'm happy that Vicky's got that included. I think with the new...
Yes. You've noted your prescribed conflict of interest with the Ipswich Surf Club?
Yes, and then the receive and note for the current committee and the conflict I declared in relation to it just being a declarable because it was a decision already made.
Yeah. And in the past, you've declared that, and we've also at council meeting also agreed that wasn't a conflict of interest and for you to participate as well. Yeah. But I guess it's a new medical, it's a new sponsorship, isn't it?
Mayor, could I just raise just for clarification on that? That was the same dilemma that I had. That
yes,
it's a dual sort of same situation. Might be the same organisation, but the matter under consideration may be different. And what you read out is fairly clear to me that, in my view, it's got to be the same situation, not just the same two organisations.
Yeah, I would agree.
Substantive matter, yes.
Because the matter coming to us is different, even though it's the same as previous years. It's still a new financial year. So if you'd like to declare, then we'll go through that process.
So in accordance with, so I'll do both.
I'll do the one at a time.
I'll
Do you want to do
just
the Turf
do-
Club first? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, do
In
that. And
accordance with Section 150 EQ of the Local Government Act 2009, I, Councillor Nicole Johnnick, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item number 15.4, sub-item 2 today, in relation to event sponsorships. I am a life member of the Willowbank Raceway Incorporated, who was in receipt of $35,000 of cash support. I am not a member of the executive. I don't receive any gifts or remuneration. It's just purely that word. Thank you.
participation. Okay.
I will, on that one, just invite the council. It's
Yep.
the same item.
Thank you. Could I just, do you receive a personal financial benefit from with this sponsorship that's coming forward to Willowbank Raceway?
Only the sheer joy from fossil fuels burning my eyes.
Thank you. Any other questions of the Deputy Mayor? In that case, I move that Deputy Mayor Nicole Johnnick participate in votes on item 2A in regards to Willowbank Raceway. On the subject is quarterly event sponsorship and ticket allocation report January 2025 to March 2025, because there is no personal financial benefit to her, and therefore a reasonable person would trust that the final decision is made in the public interest. And you've obviously got a previously declared a prescribed conflict of interest with the Turf Club. Yes. And so you're deciding you'll
Do I do
not
that now?
participate.
Yep.
If you just want to let us know. Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause
so
it's-
under section 150 EM of the Local Government Act, I, Councillor Nicole Johnnick, inform the meeting I have a prescribed conflict of interest in 15.4 sub section 2, which is event sponsorship. The nature of my prescribed conflict of interest is that I'm a treasurer of the Ipswich Turf Club Incorporated. So I'm a member of the executive of that organisation, and as previously decided, I obviously won't participate or vote.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Are there any other conflicts of interest? Nope, thank you. Anything else comes up, please let us know. We'll move on to item 12.1. Which is the confirmation of the minutes. So I'll move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 27th March 2025 be confirmed. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Martin. Any errors, omissions, corrections? No, I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Item 13, mayoral minute, there is none. Next is item 15, business outstanding, including conduct matters and matters lying on the table. So this is item 14.1, suspected councillor conduct breach matter. So thank you.
Mayor,
We'll just wait till Councillor Antonelli leaves. Just confirm that we record that Councillor Antonelli has left. Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Madden.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move that item 14 in the council agenda be deferred until after item 18 in the council agenda. The reason being that it's likely that item 14 will go into closed session. By deferring it until to be dealt with until after item 18, council officers who are not required for item 14 can go back to their offices rather than waiting in the foyer until the council meetings deals with item 14.
Right, okay. So you're moving that procedural motion?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, just double checking. That you want to put it at a different time. We don't need a seconder for that, but do we want any discussion on that particular suggestion? No? Okay, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those who would like to put item 14 to be after item 18 on the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, so it's, so keep your hands up, please. It's Councillor Madsen, Councillor Johnny, Councillor Tully, Councillor Martin and Councillor Madden, so that's 5. Those against, be myself, Councillor Doyle and Councillor Augustine. So therefore it's carried. So item 14 is now after item 18. And I'm always open for discussion, just for others as the chair, to give me the heads up on matters like this.
My apologies, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't know, Councillor Tinley, if you were watching outside? Okay, my apologies, I wasn't aware. Okay, we now move on to item 15.1. 15, sorry, the reception and consideration of committee reports. And the first one is 15.1, the report of the Infrastructure Planning and Assets Committee. So I'll just move my folders around again. I'll check in with the chair of that committee to see how he would like that report managed.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Now that I've got myself resettled, I'd like to move the Infrastructure Planning and Assets Committee number 3 of 2025, this 22nd of April 2025, be received and adopted.
Thank you so much. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll open up to you for opening comments, Councillor Tinley.
I might leave it to my fellow councillors. There's a number of items there that I believe they probably wish to discuss themselves, so I'll leave it open to my fellow councillors. Thank you.
There you go, Sally. Deputy Mayor, as the seconder, do you wish to speak to the report?
Just quickly highlighting the divisional projects that have come up in item 7 of the committee's report that relate to Division 2, obviously, with the shaded trees and over Marginson Park installation, so that the playground can have some natural shade, and obviously then the beautification and safety improvements at Langley Park in Kimera as well. So I'm really looking forward to both of those projects coming to fruition and looking forward on behalf of my community as well.
Thank you. Great local projects, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Tully.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish to speak in relation to that same item as well, and another item for the 2 divisional projects. And the comments I'm making I made at the committee meeting a week ago. One is the installation of the mature shade tree, which I think Councillor Madden was able to give us the technical name of the particular tree. Most of us would just call it a fig tree, but Councillor Madden had the botanical name. Councillor Johnnick and myself had sought a quote to cover a particular part of the playground where a request had been received for a cover for the children utilising the western end of the Evan Marginson Park. The quote that we got was in excess of $80,000. And even though the cost of the tree specified here is $10,000, that's obviously a much smaller amount to pay. It's an established mature tree, and it will generally be in line with the existing fig trees at the western end of the park. So it will provide at a much smaller cost the shade that's required for the children using that equipment, and for the parents who are supervising them. The other, of course, is in relation to Langley Park. That's a park near a small shopping centre, and one of the problems with that park, even though it's heavily used, there are mature, very large, tall eucalypt trees there which are preventing grass from properly growing within that small park reserve. So this beautification and safety will open that up a bit and go a long way to making that an even more desirable area for the people of Kimera to go to. The second item is item 9 on page 118 and 119 of the IPA committee report. That's a public monument and memorials application from the Brisbane Bangla Language School and Ethnic Schools Association for a memorial in Rebel Domain at Springfield Central. It's described as a mother language monument. The consideration of this has gone on for some time, and it's pleasing that it's coming to fruition now through this recommendation today. It will be located, proposed to be located near the walkway which links the Orion Lagoon to the University of Southern Queensland to the south. So this is a real opportunity to have a memorial in that top area near the steps that lead down to the Rebel Domain proper. So I'm certainly supportive of this, and I thank the committee for the recommendation which is coming before us today. Thank you.
Thank you. And speaking to item 10, which is the Asset and Infrastructure Services Department Capital Delivery Report, which is always a really great report each month to see the incredible progress of council. But it's good to see progress being made on the curb and channel rehabilitation of Emery Street in Carroll Park, and that's scheduled to be completed in May. The lighting upgrades at both Kippen Park and Tivoli Ovals have now been completed, allowing for the community to use them at night. The intersection upgrade at Wookaraka Connection and Keswick Roads is progressing, with the footings now ready for the poles, and I think that's very close to completion. Our mowing truck growth program received an Isuzu truck to add to the fleet to assist council in keeping up our many path and parks that are maintained. We just need the rain to hold off so we can use them. Upgrading of bus stops, including the stops completed in front of Springfield Anglican College, Suttons Park and Blackstone Road. The Possum Creek Parkland upgrade has now been completed, and I was delighted to join with the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Tully, as well as the Minister for Sport and Racing, the Honourable Tim Mander, and Ash Barty, with some local children, to check out the new Ash Barty playground. The state government provided $525,000 to upgrade and honour the former tennis world #1. And it's great to see Ash and Hayden and her family and other kids there enjoying that park. The Ash Barty playground was co-designed with Ash, who was a 3-time Grand Slam singles winner, and she was on hand to officially open the park last month. And it's a really great little playground for locals, and I'm sure will play. Are there any other comments for the report? Councillor Shirley, do you wish to say anything in reply before we go to a vote?
I just want to thank yourself and the councillors for their comments. And just for those viewing here in the gallery and at home, the provisional projects is a very integral part of the role of a councillor here at Ipswich, where councillors work with their community very closely to find solutions to, in many respects, everyday problems that they might have in their community or everyday infrastructure needs that they may have. So I just commend the councillors. We will see, obviously, other provisional project reports coming up from other divisions from time to time, but it's the close working relationship that the councillors and the mayor have with the community that ensure that these projects are put forward to council and considered. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Councillor Angela, I believe you have
Correct.
suspend.
I'm just looking at the wording now to ensure that I get it correct, Mayor. Thank you. I'd like to move that the provisions of these meeting procedures be suspended as is necessary for the purpose of considering the membership of Councillor Pye Augustine to the Infrastructure Planning and Assets Committee.
Thank you. So you've moved that. Do we have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Martin. Any discussion? As the mover? Oh, sorry.
No. It's just a motion to suspend orders.
I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's to suspend orders. Your vote. It's unanimous and carried. So we've now suspended the standing orders. I think you have another motion.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move that Councillor Pye Augustine be appointed as a member of the Infrastructure Planning and Assets Committee.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll open up for any discussion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just as the mover, I recall being approached by Councillor Augustine of her interest in coming on to the committee, and I welcome anyone's participation. whether they be an observer during the meeting or want to be actively involved in the committee itself. And Pi approached me personally with a desire to be on this committee. And I guess, Pi, I'm not sure whether you're aware it is the
Councillor
biggest...
Augustine, sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Augustine. Councillor Augustine, I'm not sure whether you're aware of it is a very, very large portfolio, this one, and we do welcome you aboard to help carry that load. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any comments, Councillor Augustine?
Thank you very much. The reasoning really behind it all is, and thank you, Councillor Antonelli, I do appreciate that your portfolio is quite large. I think being in the bleachers, watching the committee and having matters of Division 1 come forward, and we don't have a representative of Division 1 on that, and so I just thought it was pertinent for me to come on board to give some input into Division 1 matters. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
Any other discussion? We'll sorry, Deputy
just
Mayor.
welcome Councillor Augustine to the committee, and I guess the more inclusive diversity in all of our committees, the better.
Thank you. We'll go to vote and letting you know, councillors, you can vote in this. You're allowed to vote on committees or deputy mayors. Yes, you are allowed to. So I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. I think there, Councillor, do you wish to move a motion?
Oh, pardon me a moment. I'd like to move that the provision of these meetings procedures be resumed to continue with the order of business. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll have a seconder for that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? It's unanimous. We are now back to our order of business. Thank you. We now move on to item 15.2, which is the report of the Finance and Governance Committee of the 22nd of April 2025. I'll hand over to the chair of that committee to see how we'd like this managed. Councillor Tully.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the Finance and Governance Committee report number 2025-03 of the 22nd of April 2025 be received, and the recommendations contained therein be adopted, subject to the following variation in relation to item 5, which is the procurement in relation to the Perga School Road Bridge replacement works, that the recommendation from the committee be substituted with the new recommendation, which I believe has been circulated to all councillors, and that is to actually determine the approved tenderer.
Has that been shared with the committee? Because obviously it's their new recommendations that was sent, was it yesterday? By the General Manager?
So.
Yes, I believe it has.
Okay, I'll just make sure that it's up on the, so we know what we're... So you're saying that you don't want 5 to be discussed?
No,
all but 5 to be in there? Or?
all of 5 to be included with the substituted recommendation.
Okay.
And just to, so for people following, the
Thank you.
recommendation from the committee was that the item 5 be referred to the next council meeting today for further consideration. Well, in that time, because the officers hadn't finalised the consideration of the tenderers, that's now been concluded, and we're in a position to determine, based on the officers' recommendation, which we were expecting in a short time, but not necessarily by today.
I guess I have a question on that particular one when we get to it, I guess, when we, because we normally get a tender consideration report of some sort, but it's not been sent to us. We were just told who the
I thought the report was there previously, like with a lot of information, but except that it had come down to 2 tenderers, 2 potential tenderers, one of which has been recommended, and that my recollection at committee was that it was
I've got the committee papers here.
Substantial material was there. It wasn't just a recommendation to defer it, but I'll refer to the CEO.
Sorry. Yeah, okay.
Mayor, through you as the chair, if I could just offer that the standard recommendation to award report given the recent finalisation of the procurement process, as Councillor Tully has indicated, hasn't been furnished, but we have the Manager of Procurement available here today to answer any particular questions that might be required, understandably, in relation to the detail of that evaluation and procurement process, and you could go into closed session if necessary to ask further questions.
I note that Councillor Tully has moved, it hasn't been seconded, but we can ask questions at this stage. Could I ask for that council officer to come to the...
9:41 a.m.
I'm sorry. Could you state your name and your job title, please?
Yep, Tanya Howard, Manager of Procurement.
Thanks, Ms. Howard. Just wondering, noting that we're in open session, so we can't name the normal tender consideration report that councils we get to review. When will we be sent that?
Yeah, so it's a recommendation, just apologise, I have been unwell, a recommendation to award, which is normally attached to it. We just finalised all the departures, so that is currently just being finalised and will be circulated around. Happy to send that later this week if you'd like to see a copy of that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of Ms. Howard? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Look, I'm a dot the I's, cross the T kind of person. I'd like to see the evaluation report before I... so I'm open to suggestions on how we do this.
Could we defer that one item to later in the meeting?
Well, I'm assuming that they've put it forward because is there a time imperative that why we're doing it?
There is a time imperative. Yeah, we have secured some wonderful grant funding that we are very keen to meet the conditions of, so we've had to move really quickly in order to try to meet the requirement that we have the procurement finalised. So hence bringing it forward on this basis.
Do you mind if we go into closed session then, so we can discuss the matter? Because I'm not comfortable, yeah. So that I'll move that in within courts section 254J3. G, negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which public discussion would likely prejudice the interests of the local government. I'll ask that we go into closed session. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Tully, thank you. Any discussion? I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? It's unanimous and carried. We'll now go into closed session. You let me know when we're back into open. Are we at now? Okay, thank you. We're back in open session. Thank you so much. We had a discussion about item 5 of the Finance and Governance Committee, procurement tender for Perga School Road Bridge and replacement works. If I could go back to where we were, and I think Councillor Tully, you were moving item 15.2?
And I think you mentioned that we didn't have a seconder yet.
Yeah, we did have a seconder yet, correct.
I'm ready to proceed if we get
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for item 15.2? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. We'll open it up for discussion. Councillor Tully?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So that recommendation that I moved for item 5 will stand as a recommendation. Item 6 is another procurement matter for Adelong Avenue in Taguna. This is a long-standing issue, and I know the local councillors will be appreciative of the recommendation that's being made for the awarding of this tender. It shows, like, again, this is $2.8 million work, and that's one of the issues for local government, that we all know that it's always funding, it's always money that's which is paid for principally by ratepayers with some limited funding at state and federal level. But I'm pleased, and I'm certainly certain the local councillors will be, about item 6 and the pavement rehabilitation at Adelong Avenue. The only other item that I'll speak to is in relation to item 8. That's the amendment of the lease between the Ipswich City Council as lessor and Swifts Leagues Club, and entry into an associated documentation. This has been a long-standing matter, as councillors are aware. The history of it goes back a long period of time. I recall when this facility was probably almost the jewel in the crown in Ipswich, as a facility for Ipswichians to use, and visitors as well. Now, it's been a difficult and long process to come to this point, the finalisation of the amended lease arrangement. And I'll go back to the last council, when Councillor Doyle and Councillor Fechner were the local councillors at the time, and we've had lengthy meetings to bring this to fruition. It was through those discussions, which we had over a considerable period of time, and one meeting was over a considerable number of hours on one particular day. Recommendation here is that we have an initial term of 10 years and then 3 10-year extensions after that, which are capable of being exercised. I think this will bring this club and the facility back to a pristine condition. There are obligations being placed on the council. There's obligations on the lessee as well. But I think having regard to the history of the matter, the considerations by both parties, and the goodwill of both parties, now that we're going to have an outcome which will be a great addition to that area in Bouval and to the wider Ipswich community.
Thank you. Up for other discussion. Yes, Councillor Augustine.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I just want to talk to item 5, the Perga School Road Bridge replacement. I want to thank the Albanese Labor Government that's partnered with the Ipswich City Council to improve the safety and the efficiency of the rural road network in Ipswich, contributing $5 million towards the replacement of the old timber bridge at Perga School Road. The community out in Perga we've received a number of complaints about this, especially the condition of the road. It's very narrow and the edges are falling away. So to have this bridge replaced with the extra works done is really going to, as I said, contribute to the safety of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Augustine. Councillor Doyle, I think.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to concur with Councillor Tully's summary and commentary around the amended lease for the Bouval Camerons Park building. As Councillor Tully suggested, this has been a long, drawn-out matter, quite complex, and it's weighed heavily on a number of us trying to strike that right balance by
working and delivering for a local community group that occupied that building, as well as balancing expectations and obligations with our residents and communities in relation to public parkland. So I'm delighted to see that this one is being finalised. And I know I'm regularly contacted by residents asking when work may start or commence on the site. So our community are absolutely looking forward to seeing the building being redeveloped. And I'd also just like to note the record in relation to Councillor Tully's comment that, what was it? It was the premier event.
The Jewel.
Jewel in the Crown.
Everything, yeah, good meals.
I might have some photographs from my 1988 school formal at Deferral, what was the Bowls Club back in the day, and it absolutely was.
Did you have the hair?
Just the big hair. Thank you.
Yes, so I think Councillor Madsen was next.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo the sentiment of my fellow Division 1 Councillor Augustine. The Purgaskill Road Bridge, I would consider probably the most strategic priority we have in terms of timber bridges in Ipswich at the moment. Due to the issues on the Cunningham Highway at the Middle Road exit, quite often in peak hour people will use Ipswich Boonah Road via Purgaskill Road instead. And similarly, it's a pretty common traffic diversion route when there's incidents on the state road of Ipswich Boonah Road. So that bridge being upgraded and widened and being able to handle greater loads with a new modern structure is a really good project that is going to be of benefit to a lot of people in that area.
Thank you. Councillor Martin?
Yeah, I'd like to concur with Councillor Tully, the long-suffering residents of Adelong Avenue, as Councillor Madden and I field questions on that nearly on a weekly basis. So I think that's really good that that's finally happening. Residents of Thurgoona will certainly be happy at that. Also, I'd like to say that it's good that resolutions finally happen with Swifts, the Leagues Club, and been long-suffering. I'm not sure if everybody's aware, but we have 400-year-old clubs, rugby league clubs in our city. Swifts being one of those, and sadly this year they do not have a senior side. They just got one in the Volunteer Cup. So hopefully that gives them a bit of impetus moving forward. So it's good to see that, yeah, things are finally resolved on both parties. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Just
Deputy Mayor?
Finally, want to highlight more of, I guess, an administrative congrats. The strategic contracting procedures at item 2. So it's it's actually a big deal for the organisation. So I just wanted to thank the officers for working on this and bringing this up to council for us to review and for them to go forward. There's a lot of time and efficiency that can be saved, and the benefit can only be the ratepayers. So I know it's like hidden in paperwork, but it's kind of a big deal, guys. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is Councillor Madden.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd just like to acknowledge the item 6, the procurement for Adelong Avenue, Thurgoona. Pavement rehabilitation. This is the second stage of major works on Adelong Avenue. The first stage was the replacement of a major culvert. My recollection, the funding for that was about $1.5 million. So with this funding of approximately $2.8 million, this is a substantial amount of investment by council with regard to this very important road in Thurgoona. And it'd be remiss of me not to acknowledge the contribution from the federal government with regard to these two projects on Adelong Avenue. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Madden. Councillor Shirley?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to speak to item 8. Mayor, I make no apologies for my deep passion for this city and the numerous community organisations that contribute to its character. And I'm aware that addressing this issue may risk another OIA complaint, but it's far more egregious to remain silent on the excessive time that it's taken to reach this decision. There's no doubt that this outcome will bring immense relief to the board, members and supporters of the Swift Sports Club. However, it will not be met with joy as there's been far too much despair over this time for it to happen. Many of you here today, whether listening, watching or reading about this in the news, are aware of how long the Swifts Sports Club has been inactive and allowed to fall into disrepair. While the roots of this issue may stretch back prior to the 2020 council election, it notably escalated during that term and should have been addressed then. It should not have taken this long to resolve. The fact that it's taken over 5 years to reach this point is both embarrassing and frankly indefensible, in my opinion. This was a not-for-profit community sports club, and its prolonged inactivity reflects poorly on our council. No one in this council can credibly claim that this situation was so complex that it warranted over 5 years to resolve. No one can justifiably take pride in that timeline.
I'll just give you a warning there, Councillor Antonella, just give you a warning there on just keep your points to the point of the matter.
I am, Mayor.
You are putting some opinion there, and I'm speaking, so don't overspeak me.
Well, you seem to be
I am the
speaking over
chair.
me.
I'm warning you. Do not overspeak the chair.
Then make your point, please, Mayor.
I'm making the point that you're making some statements there that are not based in truth. So can you please?
And what
just
truth? Has it been less than 5 years, has it?
Well, I think you're blaming a council since 2020 when the evidence is quite clear. Here's my Swifts folder. It's very clear that this has been an ongoing matter, in particular since 2016. So if I ask
Correct,
you
I
to
understand that.
Thank you.
And I did state that, did I not? I said it predated 2020. Did I not state that, Mayor?
You did, but you've
Thank you,
then
Mayor.
cast aspersions
May I
since
continue,
2020.
Mayor?
Yes,
May I
but asked
continue,
you to-
Mayor?
I just
Thank
asked
you,
to
Mayor.
keep-
Thank you, Mayor. Where was I? While some may speak positively today, this is not a moment for boasting. It's a shameful reflection on how we've let a community group down. And I believe it's tarnished our reputation, the reputation of our council in many eyes. During the lead up to the election and throughout the campaign, I heard numerous concerns from the public. The council had lost its focus on the community. And the situation with Swifts at Cameron Park has become emblematic of that sentiment. We at Ipswich City Council, we are Ipswich City Council and we are Ipswich, a community known for its strong spirit and a council that partners with them. We should have done better, we could have done better, and we must resolve to do better in the future. Since my election, my focus and priority has been to conclude this prolonged saga and restore Swift Sports Club for the benefit of the community. What does this community benefit look like? Well, as has been highlighted, Swifts are long recognised as one of Ipswich's oldest rugby league clubs. But they also host numerous other sporting pursuits, including netball, basketball, hockey, cricket and more. One of the primary purposes of the sports club facility was to generate funds for junior sporting teams across these disciplines. With the club dormant, there has been no financial support for these young athletes, and it's been the junior members who have suffered and borne the brunt of this loss. At a time when youth crime rates are rising, the absence of a club, this club has deprived young people of a positive outlet to keep them engaged and off the streets. This is a real disappointment, especially considering the deep passion many within the club have for supporting and guiding our youth. We could have done better, we should have done better, and we must do better in the future. Last week, I heard some members of this council suggest Swifts may have been responsible for the delays. As a volunteer-based, not-for-profit community organisation, why would they want this situation to drag on? Such accusations are groundless, and particularly when this is hardly a sweetheart deal. They've lost the opportunity to pour millions of dollars back into the community and into the sporting clubs over the past 5 years. I inquired at the committee meeting about our responsibility under the lease, and we were informed at that meeting it was unclear. I feel that was unconvincing, to say the least. I doubt the council would be willing to contest a legal claim from Swifts with that level of uncertainty. This is painfully evident when council sought public opinion in 2022 through the Shape Your Ipswich program regarding the property's future. The public documents used as part of that consultation indicated the council could incur refurbishment costs of up to $7.4 million. And if the property wasn't sold to Swift, and I quote from that particular document, The lease would be maintained and the council will need to meet its obligations under the lease. To me, that's a clear acknowledgement the council was aware of the financial risks. Yet it took 3 more years to reach this resolution today. Make no mistake, Swifts will welcome the outcome today, but they certainly deserve better. I commend the motion to my fellow councillors, fully understanding that this is still merely the beginning of a long journey for Swifts. While it is exciting for them to look forward to the construction of a new community club facility, it will take up to 2 years before they can fully resume their vital contributions to their members and the broader community. As wonderful as this outcome will be for Swifts and the Bavale community, the duration it took to reach this point remains troubling for me. A matter that should have been resolved within a year has taken over 5 years instead. I believe the club deserves an apology and I'm happy to give it to them here today. We could have done better, we should have done better, and we must do better in the future, and I think it's an opportunity to reflect on that. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask for Mr Matt Smith to please come to the lectern?
Good morning, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors. Matt Smith, General Manager, Corporate Services.
Mr Smith, I've obviously been through the lease since 2001, when they updated in 2004, 2008 and so on. Can I ask, in the lease, Swifts had an obligation to maintain the building to a certain standard. That didn't occur. How do we know it will occur this time with this lease?
Yeah, Mayor, as I mentioned in a previous discussion, I think the previous maintenance schedule was quite poorly written and quite questionable. I think I flagged early that through some legal opinion, which obviously I won't go into because we're not in closed session, informed decisions of both parties on how we'd move forward with that. In terms of the current maintenance schedule, that has been in principle agreed to with Swifts Leagues Club prior to any resolution today. That is strongly linked to our lease arrangement as well, and for both parties, should there be any issues or causes for concern in terms of not meeting those obligations, that would bring the lease into question and work through the relevant dispute processes in that lease, which would include potentially a breach and ending the lease or damages on either party.
We've heard Councillor Lee talk about, in particular, I'd say the gap between when the community consultation occurred in 2022 to now. Do you mind taking us through why it has taken this amount of time for us to come to an agreement?
Certainly can, Mayor. I guess I guess concluding where the original resolution led us to, there was discussion around a number of factors, including the ongoing ownership of the building for council, the process around what needed to occur in terms of obligations to bring that building back up to standard. So obviously a fairly significant negotiation associated with that, which has cost implications for both ourselves and for Swifts and their future development and their, I guess, desires for what they wanted to do with that location. It's not a simple process. We needed to work through the issues associated with the current lease, the maintenance schedule and the like. There was also some discussion then around what needed to be done with the building, the cost, how that would structure, which the final landing is all included within the relevant process. That was a fairly lengthy piece of work, both to get to an agreement and understanding of who had the relevant obligations, but also how we'd structure a future agreement. There has been delays from both parties in that process through, and some time periods where we haven't been able to progress those negotiations.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of Mr Smith? No. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. For my talking points or things I'd like to raise for this item, Councillor Tully is the chair of this meeting, of that particular committee. Item 5, we went into closed session to discuss the procurement for the Perga School Road Bridge. We didn't have an award to tender sort of report that normally comes to us. We went into closed session and discussed it with the relevant council officers. It was pleasing to see that they did have 12 respondents to that tender and 11 were conforming tender responses, and I would concur with the council officer that was the best value for money supplier has been selected, so I'll continue to support that. Item 6, which is the procurement of the Adalong Avenue Thurgoona pavement rehabilitation. This has been something that this council has been working on. I think this is the third financial year we're putting significant funding in. The first financial year we put the money in to do the design and the planning work. The next year was obviously the culvert and the drainage works, and now we finally will get to do the actual road. We can stop the craters that are in that particular road. So I thank that residents, and I thank the councillors, all the councillors, for supporting this in our budget processes as well for this to occur. The council conducts service relocations and preliminary works over the next 6 weeks on Adalong Avenue between Cummins Road and Thurgoona Hagesley Road. And look, work has been ongoing for this road for many years. And I understand from council officers that a letterbox drop has occurred for residents in that street, so they are aware of when work is commencing and so on. So I think it'll be a great result. We'll probably have a big street party when it's finally done. Look, I will speak to item 8, which is on the matter of the Swifts there. And council has a long history of working with and supporting Swifts Leagues Club. There's been discussions of the strong history and linkages in our Ipswich community. I think I showed you before my Swifts folder with all the leases, the valuations and correspondence. And this is certainly one of those curly ones that when we came to office in 2020 after administration, that we had it was quite curly, it was quite complex and a bit all over the place. And so we really had to put our thinking caps on to work through how we would get a great result for our community and for Swifts. An agreement for lease was signed by council in 2001 for 20 years and a 10-year option. Then the lease was sort of renegotiated then the lease was signed in 2004 after 3 years of negotiation, with an expiry date still set at 2021 for a 10-year option. Back then, the rent was set at $4,450 per annum, with an annual review set at 5% of the unimproved land value for the next 5 years, and then it would transition to 10% of the unimproved land value from then on. We've obviously had huge land valuations go up in Ipswich. So by 2007, the unimproved land value was actually $300,000, and it meant the annual rent was $30,000, so quite a jump from the $4,450. Swifts approached council and requested this to be reduced to $11,000 per year, including GST, and for it to be CPI indexed rather than linked to the unimproved value of the land. They asked for that to be phased over 3 years, as well as increasing the option period from 10 years to 20, and council agree with that. The agreement also included that Swifts, as the lessee, would undertake maintenance and repair of the facility. While structural work was still the responsibility of Ipswich City Council, Swifts, under the lease, had responsibility for paint, internal finishings, replacing breakages, repair and replace broken glass, heating, lighting, electrical equipment, plumbing, landscaping grounds, and an agreed maintenance schedule. And council agreed to this approach in 2008 as well. You remember around this time, it was during the global financial crisis when many businesses and many community organisations took really big financial hits and were struggling. So Swifts were not alone in our community when this happened. In 2016, Swifts came to City Council with a number of matters relating to the condition of the building and the associated assets. In a City Council paper to the City Management, Finance and Community Engagement Board in 2017, stated that this is the first time that council had been made aware by the club of any asset condition issues. And you can see that's probably where things really started to see what those conditions were. You can see through the records there were condition assessment reports and toing and froing with Swift since 2016. And in that time, council did conduct works there and invested in the building. When the council went into administration in 2018, Swifts approached the council, the interim administrator, to buy the building and the land. And many of you remember that Swifts conducted community consultation in 2019, and the interim administrator made a decision for the incoming council would manage what was going to happen with that building or not, because Swifts were very, very keen to purchase the building. And certainly the advice from council officers was that for that purchase to occur, so the financial burden wouldn't go onto council. Council decided to do community engagement to ascertain what the views were and determine an appropriate path forward regarding any variations. And it was a strong view of the community was not to sell and to work with Swifts and work out a way. Now, I know that Swifts were disappointed with that, and it is part of the reason why it has taken the time since 2022. But there have been, I think, good faith negotiations, and part of that, as you can see, is quite a large extension in the years. One of the main issues with the previous lease was the terms were overly favourable to the tenant and not to the Ipswich ratepayer, most notable being the below market rent and also the facility maintenance not being done. So it's been a challenge and very difficult to unpick the previous lease put in place by a previous council, and I can commend the council officers, the legal team, property services, community engagement in council, all working together to get a result that I think is a balance between supporting Swifts, but also making sure that we make financially the best decision for our community in the long term as well. I have found that the conduct of the council officers has been exemplary, and I thank them for their hard work. It's been in the media. We get very passionate about our footy in Ipswich, so there's been all sorts of things said, but I want to thank the council officers for their involvement and coming to this agreement as well, and look forward to what is happening there. And I know that in the meantime, council has provided a lot of support to Swifts in regards to when they sold their land at Perga for $4.5 million, and the support of having them at Fernbrook Oval, even though council's copped a bit of flack from other people in the community about doing that, but we've done our best to support them during this. So let's hope that this sets them up for the next 100 years of the club as well. I think nearly everyone's spoken on this. So, Councillor Tully, we'll move to you to a right of reply.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think this is the first time since this council was elected that all councillors have spoken at this particular committee or council meeting in relation to this committee. Thank the councillors for the various comments. I do need to respond in relation to the comments that were made in relation to item 8. And I support most of your comments, Mayor, in relation to that, and to Councillor Antonelli's comments about the community consultation. That was only one aspect of it. The others were the legal aspects of it, whether or not we'd complied with the lease agreement, whether or not the lessee had applied with the lease agreement. You mentioned that Swifts wanted to buy the land. The club wasn't just the physical area of the clubhouse and the original greens there, but a significantly larger area. You might recall that I was concerned about that, and a final decision was made, and that's what I made that reference to, that the long meetings we had and considerable meetings to consider that specific issue, which may have solved some problems, but I've always been of the view that council shouldn't be selling off parkland to businesses or even community groups. It should not be for sale. Councillor Antonelli referred to anyone who may have been boasting about this matter today. I'm certainly not boasting, and I haven't heard any councillor at all boasting about bringing this to a final conclusion. I will say that it's, as I said earlier, it is a matter that has to be resolved. I think we're on the threshold of resolving this, but Councillor Antonelli knows from his days as a police officer, legal matters can drag on for years, whether they're criminal matters or civil matters. 5 years might sound extraordinary, but with difficult civil matters, with claims and counterclaims, it's not unusual for these to drag on as each side pitches its only point with the lawyers on both sides. When you have the lawyers on both sides, these matters aren't going to be resolved in 30 days. The comment about that wasn't clear what our legal obligations were, that can be interpreted in a number of ways. We might have had a firm view, but it still mightn't have been clear that we would have won a court case in relation to that. I don't think we can put a lot of store in relation to a comment that was made that the position was not clear, because good lawyers will tell you that rather than convincing you that you've got a great case and then going on to lose it in the courts. We've avoided, with this process, we've avoided court action. We've avoided any form of legal action. The community has been consulted. I think councillors are confident that this will be a good decision, and Councillor Antonelli has acknowledged that. I don't know that there's a lot achieved about saying that there was inordinate delay or the delays were indefensible. From what I saw, and the officers' involvement and the councillors' involvement, there's been a commitment to bring this forward as quickly as possible. But dealing with any legal situations like this, they don't happen quickly. And I, you know, as a councillor for a long time, and other councillors back to 2020 who are around this table still, you know that it hasn't dragged on. It might have been a long time, but officers have worked assiduously to bring this to a final conclusion, and hopefully that this will, I won't say the end of the matter legally and lease-wise and the amendments, and that the community will be proud of the result of this decision today.
Thank you, Councillor Tully. I put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. It's now 10:20, so I move that we take an adjournment for 30 minutes to come back at 10:50. I put that to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Carried. See you back at 10:50. Thank you. online. We're back, thank you. Welcome back, it's 10:50, we've just come back from an adjournment. And as we go into, before we go to the next matter, I'd just like to do something I actually haven't done before, and that is, Councillor Antonelli, I find that you had unsuitable meeting conduct during the last matter. And the reasons for that is I gave you a warning when you made some statements that were not based in fact, and under the Code of Conduct 2.1, we must treat fellow councillors, local government employees and members of the public with courtesy, honesty and fairness, and I found that you made some statements that were not factually correct. I gave you a warning. You not only stated those statements again, but also you chided me for when I was letting you know under the meeting conduct policy 9.1.9, it states when the chairperson speaks during the process of a debate, the councillor then speaking or offering to speak shall immediately cease speaking, and each councillor present shall preserve strict silence so that the chairperson may be heard without interruption. You not only chided me, but you also said that I interjected, Chair. So I'm now citing you for unsuitable meeting conduct. There are 3 ways that I can deal with this under our meeting conduct policy. One is ceasing the unsuitable meeting conduct and refraining from exhibiting the conduct. B, apologising for their conduct, or C, withdrawing their comments. I go with A. I ask you to cease this unsuitable meeting conduct for the rest of the meeting, please. We now move on to item 15.3, which is the report of the Community and Sport Committee of 22 of April 2025. Thank you. And I'll hand over to the chair of that committee, Councillor Madsen. How would you like to have managed that?
Thank you. I refer to the recommendation as per today's agenda and move it as it is, as it stands.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Jonick. Any discussion? No discussion? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. We now go to item 15.4, the report of Economic and Cultural Development Committee of the 22nd of April 2025. I'll hand over to the chair of that committee, Councillor Augustine. How would you like that?
Thank you,
this
Mayor.
matter managed?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move the reports of 1 and 3 and just pull out items 2. So I'll move items 1 and 3.
I think you're trying to remove the Ipswich Turf Club matter.
Yes, I am.
So that we can vote without the Deputy Mayor. Shall I say that we will move all matters except for...
Just pull the Turf Club out, Mayor.
Which is item 2, recommendation A...
And dot
2.
point
Second
2.
dot. Let's check with Vicky what's the best way to do that. So item 2 altogether, or you just... Well, no, there's only a prescribed conflict of interest with the Turf Club, so all matters except for the Ipswich Turf Club.
Okay, yep, all right, that's the way we'll do it. So everything except the Turf Club will pull out.
Is that possible? Yep. Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Augustine?
Sorry, Mayor?
Do you wish to speak to the matter?
Oh, sorry, yes, I do. I firstly would like to speak to item 2, the CMC Rocks sponsorship, the event. I think it was handled very well by our staff. They were well attended. And as I said at the committee meeting, that it's not my genre of music, but I actually had a very good time attending the CMC festival. So, and hopefully we can continue our partnership with them long into the future. And also, I'd like to talk to item 3 on the in the report, which is covers the Nicholas Street Precinct project. In particular, we did see the opening of Anytime Fitness and the greenhouse therapies opening up, and they're doing quite well at the moment. So we've seen the precinct have visitations in February of 158,000, and that was actually up 50,000 from the same period from last year. So I think the precinct is hitting some good benchmarks. We've got a little ways to go, but I think in the great scheme of things, I think the precinct is hitting some goals there. So thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Doyle is the seconder. Do you wish to speak to the matter?
Thank you, Chair. I too am really happy with the reported figures and achievements within the precinct. Just like to point out there was a recent podcast that I listened to, and there was some historical staff members, planners and external designers that had been involved in revitalising or re-envisioning the connection we have to the river, certainly around the time that Riverlink Shopping Centre was being developed. And those gentlemen referred to a couple of catalytic projects back then that were required to join the CBD with across the river, and certainly not mirroring the retail that's occurring as part of the shopping centre across the river. So it was great to hear their positive feedback, and they've both visited the precinct, and yeah, they're really, really happy to see that vision come to life. So that was a positive thing. Thanks.
Open for other discussion. I'd just like to comment on item 2, which is the quarterly event sponsorship and ticket allocation. And the Ipswich Cup, I know it's going to be discussed next, but it is a showpiece for the Winter Carnival, part of the Festival of Horsepower. And the Ipswich Show is a vital and cherished event in our community, and it should be supported by Council to the fullest extent that we are able to. And these big events, the Winter Nats, the Cup and the Show, drive millions of dollars into our local economy, as well as, I think, boost reputational pride. And the same with CMC Rocks as well. In regards to item 3, it's good to have the top corner now tenanted by Anytime Fitness, and expect to increase activity through the top of town. I can see already it's increasing that foot traffic on that part of Nicholas Street in between, on Brisbane Street in between Nicholas and Ellenborough, which is great to see, and it's really great for the traders in the top of town as well. So it'll encourage more and more visitors to the Nicholas Street precinct. Any other discussion? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. I'll just go to the matter of the Ipswich Turf Club. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And the recommendation we're looking at now is that Council receive and note the following event sponsorship allocation during the 1st of January 2025 to 31st of March 2025 for the Ipswich Turf Club, $20,000 excluding GST in cash support for the 2025 Ipswich Cup. Will I take it that you're moving that, Councillor Augustine?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll move that.
Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Antonelli. I'll leave it over to you, Councillor Augustine, to speak to it.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. In particular, the Turf Club. Councillor Doyle and myself went down to have a look at the Turf Club, and we were joined by I don't know the name. Yeah, racehorse. I don't know the name. A name of a racehorse. We joined the racehorse down there just to see how the Turf Club is operating, and forming more connections. So it was really good to see the Turf Club when there's no one there, and then how it'll come alive on the actual day. So really supportive of this sponsorship, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Antonelli is the seconder. Do you wish to comment on it? No? Any other comments? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. We'll just wait for the Deputy Mayor. Thank you. We now move on to item 15.5, the report of the Environment Sustainability Committee of the 22nd of April 2025. I hand over to Councillor Madden, who is the chair of that committee.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I move that the Environment and Sustainability Committee report number 2025-03, dated 22nd of April 2025, be received and adopted.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Turnley. Councillor Bain, do you wish to speak to the report?
Thanks, Mayor. This is more for the benefit of the people in the gallery and the people that are watching online. I just thought I'd outline some of the items mentioned in the report. In the officer's report, we have a report titled Waste and Circular Economy Transformation Directive Quarterly Report. Obviously, Council is making major steps with regard to waste in Ipswich, the handling of waste in Ipswich. One of those will involve the introduction of the green top bins in July. This is a quarterly update report on the continuing implementation of the Ipswich City Council Waste and Circular Economy Transformation Policy Directive. As outlined in the report, there is a significant body of work that continues to be implemented against the 10 principles of the directive. Mayor, another report is the Australian Government Flood Warning Infrastructure Program. This is a report concerning the Australian Government's Flood Warning Infrastructure Network Program and the proposal that BOM, the Bureau of Meteorology, will acquire flood gauges currently owned and operated by the Ipswich City Council. I guess people would be aware that you can go onto the BOM website and find out all sorts of information in times of flood, including river heights and what have you. But people may not be aware that with regard to the flood gauges, currently they're operated by the Ipswich City Council. The recommendation that in the report is that the council-owned and operated flood warning infrastructure network assets be transferred to the Commonwealth of Australia Bureau of Meteorology, and that the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to undertake all necessary arrangements to facilitate the implementation of this recommendation. Mayor, it won't be the case that I think it's something like 11 flood warning devices. It's not as though they'll all be transferred over immediately. The plan is to only transfer 2 at the present time and do the rest progressively. Another report that was presented at the committee meeting was the post-tropical cyclone Alfred response and recovery update. This report concerned an update as to the response and recovery to tropical cyclone Alfred and its impact on the Ipswich community. And also, as well as council reports, there was a query by Councillor Augustine. She queried whether the South East Redbacks were one of the clubs stipulated in the report under the sporting club, 16 clubs that provided post-event status reports as a result of Cyclone Alfred. The manager, Community Cultural Services, provided clarification as to whether South East Redbacks Club and confirmed that it was one of the clubs that provided post-event status reports, Mayor. That's a summary of the report.
Thank you, Councillor. A very good summary, I think. Councillor Antonelli, would you like to?
Yeah, I'll just speak briefly to item 4, the post-tropical cyclone Alfred response and recovery update. Just noting in there that the roads that were inspected and bridges that were inspected during that time, 90% of unsealed road network was inspected immediately post the flood, and some not quite, just to be factually correct, 684 potholes repaired since that time. But I just thought it an opportune time, Mayor, to remind people that with all the wet weather that we've had over the last 3 years, and particularly the wet weather of the last 6 to 8 months, our road network is under quite a bit of stress, and we're seeing a lot of potholes coming at the moment. And I just remind people of the app that we do promote, the Snap Send Solve app. So if any residents, motorists, come across any potholes, be they small or otherwise, just to lodge a request and a report through the Snap Send Solve app, which can be downloaded on both Android and Apple devices. So it's a very effective and useful tool for us, because whoever does the report can actually take a photo of the location and it accurately reports the location from the device. So it's very useful, and I just commend it to everybody.
Thank you very much, Councillor Antonelli. In speaking to this report, item 2, the Waste and Circular Economy Transformation Directive, that quarterly report, I note that recruitment is underway for an additional compliance role to help better drive compliance within the waste industry through improved programs and enforcement actions. I'd also encourage residents to have a look at Council's website to see the new infographics and fact sheets that explain the purpose of this work and our achievements to date. With the change of state government, Council has also approached the new Director General of the department to see if we can make some more headway in this area, which I look forward to. I think we've already discussed the Australian Government Flood Warning Infrastructure Program. Thank you, Councillor Madden, for your explanation there. And item 4 was the post-tropical cyclone Alfred response and recovery update. And this report shows that there was damage right across Ipswich, and it was mostly minor, and all of our bridges and roads have reopened, and 90% of our unsealed road network has been inspected. 35 private residences were impacted, to our knowledge, and residents are able to apply for the disaster recovery funding arrangements, financial assistance for personal hardship assistance grants and the Essential Services Safety and Reconnection Scheme. Council's also applying for reconstruction of essential public assets funding. And as Chair of the Local Recovery and Resilience Group, which Councillor Madden, you are the Deputy Chair of, I met with the State Recovery Coordinator, retired Colonel Justin O'Connor, and the Deputy State Recovery Coordinator, Peter Maddock, to discuss our city's recovery program. I also met with the District Disaster Recovery Committee and Economic and Roads and Transport Functional Recovery and Resilience Group, that's a mouthful, to ensure that we were sharing information and working with other levels of government and stakeholders on our road to recovery. I'll open up for other comments and discussion on this report. Councillor Tully.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just also would like to speak in relation to item 3 about the taking over of the part of the flood warning system. And it's something that I actually support because it's that's integral to the warnings given to people, and people do rely on that. People can understand what gauges mean and what's actually happening. But the twin issue in relation to that is getting that information out to the public in a meaningful way. Now, we were briefed recently about the changes that the federal government is supposed to be in by now, but it's still about a year or two away in relation to advising people on mobile phones in particular with warnings. The current system that's used is quite inadequate, but the twin issue with that is not everyone can receive them because of black spots around our communities. And we've put up a motion to the local government conference previously, which was carried by an overwhelming majority, that the black spots aren't just in rural and remote areas, but they're in city areas, including Ipswich. And I think that's something that we as a council should continue to take up, that this new warning system, which will follow the data that's being provided or referred to in item 3, but we need to make sure that, and some of them are only 30, 40, 50 houses at a low point in a suburb, but there are parts of Ipswich where one person I spoke to recently said he had to go up on a ladder and, this is out in the Walloon area, go up on a ladder outside to be able to talk to me, and that's pretty sort of hopeless, when the major telcos, claim that they've got the best coverage in Australia. So I would hope that as part of this, or related to this, that we continue our push to eliminate black spots in our city.
Thank you, Councillor Tully. Any other comments? Anything else, Councillor Madden? Yes? Oh, microphone.
From the comments by Councillor Antonelli about Snap, Send, Solve, and Councillor Tully about getting information out, I just remind people about the Council's disaster dashboard website. You would think this website would only be of use during major events, but it was of use this week when Colleges Crossing was flooded because of releases of water from Ivanhoe Dam, and I was able to monitor when it did flood and the level of the water, and when it finally became clear through the disaster dashboard. And just finally, Mayor, I'd like to thank the council officers who spent so much time preparing the reports that were delivered for my committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll put them over to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. We now move on to item 16.1, which is the CEO's Organisational Performance Report for March 2025. And I will move that. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. I move that the CEO's Organisational Performance Report be received and contents noted. And speaking to it, It's good to see our largest cohort of young leaders to join us for the Ipswich Youth Advisory Council with 61 members, nearly doubling last year's 37 members. So it's tremendous to see. It's really important we engage with our young residents and provide them with the opportunity to contribute to issues that are important to them. This year they'll be contributing to local decision making on youth homelessness, sustainability and council programs. I also know I'd like to encourage residents to engage with council on our Shape Your Ipswich website by filling out the Resource Recovery Experience Survey. Council's municipal solid waste recycling rate currently tracks at 27%, which is well below the recycling target set by the state of 50% by 2025. So you'll see we're doing a lot of areas to try to reduce landfill. So, we all create waste. Council doesn't create the waste. We all do. And so we really genuinely are after, I think there are pop-ups at the moment. The team, Resource Recovery team, are out doing pop-ups. I think they were at Goodna earlier this week. I think yesterday they were up at, I think they were in Division 4 somewhere, Carolee. So we are gathering that feedback from the community to understand public perspectives and drivers behind waste and resource recovery behaviours. These insights will help us to continue to improve our services and become a more sustainable and livable city. So it's really important work. How waste is managed is one of those core capabilities that council must deliver on. So that survey and the response from our community so that we can do that better as a community will be listened to. I'll open up for any other comments on this report. No, in that case, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Move on to the notice of motion. We've got two this month. First one is item 17.1 from Councillor Marnie Doyle, and the notice of motion is a new synthetic athletics track for Ipswich. So, Councillor, I'll hand over to you to move your motion. I'll then get a second and then have you speak to it. Oh, sorry, I just realised I jumped over something. 16.2, the procurement tender, but we've already dealt with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was listed on the Finance Committee, but of course it was outstanding. It was also relisted as an outstanding item.
Can I just check with the CEO that has been dealt with? I don't need to.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it has been dealt with. Thank you.
My apologies. Back to you, Councillor Doyle, 17.1.
Thank you, Mayor. As councillors will see, I've put forward a notice of motion that Ipswich City Council prepare and report that identifies appropriate Ipswich City Council owned properties where a synthetic athletics track could be located, and that the report be presented to a future meeting of the Economic and Cultural Development Committee no later than June 2025 meeting of that committee. And B, that Ipswich City Council prepare an advocacy campaign designed to attract state and or Commonwealth government grant funding to assist with the planning, design and construction of a new athletics track for Ipswich. And finally, C, that the Ipswich 2032 Legacy Roadmap be updated to reflect the above.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Augustine. Councillor Doyle, I'll hand over to you to speak to the motion.
Thanks, Mayor. I know I'm speaking to the converted largely in this room, but Ipswich desperately needs a synthetic athletics track that's fit for the runner, fit for the community and fit for the future. Named after a prominent Ipswich coaching identity, Bill Patterson Oval at Limestone Park has been the home to Ipswich Little Athletics and athletics since 1981. For almost 45 years, Ipswich sprinters have dashed around the Oval, which is home to the Ipswich and District Athletic Club and the Little A's, as well as playing host each year to dozens of local school, athletics, carnivals and regional competitions. As many would remember, the Oval was built on a former rubbish tip that closed in 1975. Unfortunately, that history continues to impact the Oval. It's grassed 400-metre running track and those who use it. The running surface is uneven, drainage is poor, the subsurface continues to shift. Crucially, the site's character and constraints also limit the feasibility of potential significant future improvements, including the creation of much-needed synthetic athletics or tartan track for Ipswich. The Ipswich and District Athletics Club and respected coach and long-serving club president Vic Pascoe have advocated for a new synthetic track for more than 20 years. Over the last 5 years, I've had many conversations with Vic and other club officials about the condition of and future of Bill Patterson Oval, including urgent maintenance that is desperately needed in the short term to ensure that the track is fit for purpose. I've walked the oval with the club officials. I've been briefed by council infrastructure officers. We've had meetings, more than one meeting on site. I've advocated strongly for athletics to remain at its current home in Limestone Park. While it's clear that Ipswich needs a new synthetic athletics track, it's currently unclear if it is actually feasible at Bill Patterson Oval. A recent budget amendment approved by this council last month will see the commencement of some preliminary investigations at Bill Patterson Oval in an effort to determine feasibility, and that will include geotech investigations. In recent years, there was a proposal for a new track at the University of Southern Queensland's Ipswich campus in partnership with Bremer State High to be funded by the state and federal governments. Unfortunately, that proposal now seems unlikely to progress, and I've made statements previously that I do have concerns about relying on a third party to deliver this important piece of infrastructure, because we're beholden to their will, their desire, and obviously being in a position to fund it, which is why I feel really strongly that council should be certainly conducting early investigations to see if it can move forward on a council-owned asset. I believe it's time for Ipswich City Council to get back in the game. I've been advocating for the tartan track to remain at Limestone Park. It is the home of athletics in Ipswich and has been for almost 50 years. With the 2032 Olympic Games approaching, and despite venues already locked in, there will still be opportunities to advocate for funding in coming years. We need to be ready to capitalise on those opportunities by having a tartan track planned and designed for a council-owned facility. We must be the driver of this critical piece of infrastructure for our community. We can no longer rely on third parties and other local organisations to deliver this for our city, is my view. What an amazing legacy this track would be for our local athletes, and with enormous economic benefits for the city. Again, with the 2032 Olympic Games fast approaching, it's important we have these shovel-ready projects ready to capitalise on any grant funding that is available or could possibly come our way. The development of a full-size 400-metre synthetic track would complement other strategic investments into the city's infrastructure and meet the aims of all levels of government to enable healthy and active communities, increase sporting participation and aspirations, provide facilities that attract visitors from surrounding areas, and support our local clubs. This new infrastructure would position Ipswich to support the Games in delivering an alternative venue for training. At a minimum, though, it will be a training facility for our many local runners who will no doubt be in training to compete at their very first Olympics. What an advantage they will be to be able to train right here at home. Further to this, it is critical that we have a track that is fit for purpose for our local athletes who may not be eyeing off a spot in the Olympics, but take their sport and their athletics very, very seriously. And there is urgent maintenance needed. But of course, we need to do those investigations further to see if it's worthy of investing funds to upgrade the existing track there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Augustine, as the seconder, do you wish to speak to the matter?
I know, I think Councillor Doyle spoke very well on it, and I echo her sentiments about
Thank
it.
you. I'll open it up. Councillor Martin, sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to concur with Councillor Doyle's sentiments. Caught up with Di Shepherd, coach of, what's everyone? Yeah, Gout. Yeah, usually forget his second name. But yeah, he just, I spoke at length last week about him, gave him a shout out last council meeting, and 2 weekends ago, he is the only Australian to break 20 seconds for the 200 metres. He did that twice. He's also the second Australian to go sub 10 in 100 metres. And Gout, it's quite a remarkable achievement considering he's only 17, right? So he's already spoken about in the vernacular. Twice in the last couple of weeks he's been mentioned in the NRL. They've said this bloke's no gout, but he is fast. So I think it's almost inconceivable that we have the hottest property in Australian athletics and he has to travel to Brisbane to train at the moment because we do not have a tartan track facility. So I certainly endorse Councillor Dawes' statements. Leah Lindbruggen, I'm not sure if you know, but she won the national 200 metre for under 16. John Cassiano won the under 18 100 metre. They also have to travel to Brisbane to train. And also note that they train down at Cusack and they pay $6 every time they go to compete, just to train, sorry. So I concur with Councillor Doyle. I believe there would be economic benefit to our city. We would be able to have some sort of legacy here. We would be able to attract international athletes. We would be able to attract statewide carnivals if we had such a facility. So I certainly concur with that. Absolutely. So well done, Councillor Doyle.
Thank you. Open up for other. Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, I welcome the motion today. I think it's timely, especially with what's occurred with the UniSQ proposal. Certainly support the sentiment. I guess some of my concerns, and apologies for not sending you any potential amendments, I'm on the fence about whether or not they're required. I think some of my concerns can be addressed on the back end with this. I think we need to proceed pretty urgently, as Councillor Doyle's indicated, but we need to get a grasp of just landing this project so that it's as commercially viable as possible. There's some indication that I've been given that a facility such as this would need to be secure and not necessarily open to the public at all times to prevent wear and tear and overuse and assist in creating a revenue stream to fund the maintenance of a significant asset. So I think we need to get a quick understanding of where it sits in regards to how it's going to operate and consult with people who are experts in this field. But further to that, I think we need to make sure that we've got the right stakeholders on board from day one that'll come in and activate the facility. I'm personally okay with council funds partly funding this. That's significant a priority for me. But I want it to be done in a way that ensures sustainability for athletics in Ipswich and has that landing point so that it's not just rushed into too quickly without considering those items. And just lastly, I'm not going to propose an amendment to suggest that it changes course or anything, but I think matters like this, the community and sport component should probably go to the Community and Sport Committee in that it'll be a community and sport asset and our community and sport team will be responsible for its activation and the advocacy component to go to the Economic Development Committee. But I understand that how to operate a bureaucracy is something that will, I guess, be politically debated until the end of time. But just wanted to note that the community and sport branch need to be included as they'll be bearing the brunt of stakeholder engagement and ultimate activation of a proposed facility.
Thank you, Councillor Madsen. Any other comments? I was going to say that I'm very supportive of Councillor Doyle's calls for a synthetic athletics track in Ipswich. Council has supported other proposals for a synthetic track here in Ipswich that have unfortunately been unable to secure funding, and I agree that it's time is right for Council to take the ball and run with it. While we did not receive any new funding for sporting infrastructure from the previous government in their infrastructure review or from the current government in theirs, by exploring a location for a tartan track and by adding to it our advocacy priorities, we can put a legacy project in our reach that will generate benefits for generations. This work needs to be done so Council can be prepared to take advantage of any funding opportunities that may arise, and this is the first step. The Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games presents a significant need for young people in Ipswich and surrounding regions to have access to quality sporting infrastructure to enable sport participation at the highest level. The development of a full-size synthetic track would complement other strategic investments in the city's infrastructure, not to mention supporting our very talented local athletes. We have perhaps the country's most, and maybe even the globe's most promising athlete in gout. alongside many others from the Ipswich and District Athletics Club and our great high schools. We should not be adding to the burden of sending them to Brisbane to be able to access high-performance training facilities. As an existing Games co-host city, this new infrastructure would position Ipswich to support the Games, to delivering an alternative venue for training, while also providing a legacy that will support our local clubs and athletes. I'll open up for other comments. Councillor Doyle, a right of reply, and then we'll go to vote.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you everyone for your commentary and your support. I just want to address Councillor Madson's comments to say I'm absolutely on the same page as Councillor Madson. I acknowledge the complexities and the obligations on council going forward if we were to commit to a piece of infrastructure like this, and the burden it may be on council around management and ongoing maintenance. So that absolutely isn't lost on me, and I know there's a lot of work that needs to be done around that. The main purpose of the notice of motion was really in the background to start that critical investigation around geotech, if it's viable up there, slowly moving towards having a shovel-ready project. But absolutely at the same time, we need to look at the governance and what that management of the asset might look like, and speaking with Athletics Queensland and various other stakeholders. So thank you.
Thank you. Put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. We now move on to our second notice of motion, 17.2 from Councillor Tully, which is unlocking of barrier across road reserve at the northern end of De Graaf Street, Bird Park. And I also know, I think the CEO also sent us an email this morning. So if I could have you, Councillor Tully, move it, we'll get someone to second it.
I'll formally move that.
If you want to move it, and feel free to read it out so everyone knows. And yeah, then you can speak to it.
Then I'll do it, yes. Thank you. The motion that I've given notice of for consideration today is as follows: that as a temporary measure to be evaluated over 6 months, Council forthwith unlock the barrier across the unmade road reserve at the northern end of De Graaf Street, Bellbird Park.
Thank you. I assume, Deputy Mayor, you wish to second that? Thank you. Mayor, I open it now for...
Yeah, thank you. I will come to the matter raised by the CEO, and there might be another way of dealing with this, so I'll just address what the issue is so that the councillors and the community know. There are a lot of these barriers which are placed across road reserves, and they're unmade road reserves, and that was mainly in the Moreton Shire, and there's many that we've now inherited into the amalgamated council since 1995. But in the eastern suburbs, I'm certainly aware of this same sort of issue, where people's homes and properties back onto the unmade road reserve, and they may wish to have access either to remove trees or to bring in fencing equipment, or in this particular case, in the matter that has come to rise to my attention, is a resident who wants to move their caravan permanently from the rear of their yard, which they can no longer bring through their property because it's rather narrow, and there's been another building that's built along the road reserve for perhaps about 80 metres, and then back to their home where there's a new permanent facility there. Now, we adopted perhaps 2 financial years ago. In the past, people were charged a bond of about $40 or $50 for a key to access these unmade road reserves. That's been superseded by the fees and charges, which provide for a bond of $1,340 for the temporary use of access to council-owned or managed land. Now, there's a number of different situations in the city. Some of these properties are just simply onto an unmade road reserve, but sometimes the road reserve is in relation to other property where free access is probably not appropriate. Sometimes it could be onto parks, which could have cricket ovals or football ovals, where damage from vehicles simply to access a private property could be a serious matter. I'm not suggesting there's an easy answer to this, but there's 2 ways we can consider this. One is to enable some of these to be opened up, either for a short or permanent basis, and to consider whether or not there should be different levels of bonds for different situations. Now, that certainly needs some serious consideration to ensure that the bond is sufficient to cover situations where damage is potential, but not to inhibit a situation where the unmade road reserves are are not capable of suffering any further damage because they've just got weeds on them and whatever. Now I've sent the committee clerk two pictures. One, the northern end of the area I'm speaking about. That's the northern end of De Graaf Street. So you can see the. We'll just come to the second one in a minute, please. So we'll just look at the first one. That's the barrier. It's a pole. It's got a council key on it. I don't want to go into any detail, but it's a short distance that the requirement to open that up and then come back onto the actual formed bitumen road is in the foreground by about maybe another 5 or 6 metres. Now, the second picture is the southern end of De Graaf Street. I don't know if we can zoom in on that. This has been recently, there's been a development on De Graaf Street for the first time. You can see, and that barrier to the left, which is similar to the one to the north, it would be a long way to to the residents' property to go through that way. And if you look at that barrier above the hazard board there, you see it's very narrow, and I'm not sure whether that's certainly not an easier way to make that access. I know in talking to councillors, a lot of them have had the similar sorts of situations where the bond going from $40 or $50 to $1,340 has been seen as an unfair impediment, especially where there's no likely possibility of any damage to the property. Now, the CEO had sent some information through, which looked at an alternative way of dealing with this, and I've just worded something. I might ask and I will propose perhaps after I've spoken, I can propose a variation to my motion, but I'll read it out that to vary the motion, that as a temporary measure, because we're talking about one situation where a family, and there's some degree of urgency about this, as a temporary measure to be evaluated over 6 months, council forthwith unlock. No, that's the original. No, but do you have the alternative motion, please? Sorry, I thought that was very familiar, that one. So this is a different way of dealing with it, but keeps a review of this whole situation, so we can cover the different situations in the city. In this case, that council waived the bond for access to De Graaf Street, Bellbird Park, by local residents who wish to access their properties, and this waiver applied for 6 months pending a review of the council charge for access to council land. Mayor, with your indulgence, if I could propose an amendment or a substitution of that now, because I'm happy for the consideration to proceed on that basis.
Thank you.
If that's acceptable to the
I'll just check if the seconder, Deputy Mayor, is that amendment substitution acceptable?
And
yes.
if I can just add to this, and there's probably not a lot more to add, that this is...
So just making sure that is the motion that is before us now. Thank you.
This enables us to consider the situation, because some councillors have identified to me other situations in the city, some of which I think that large bond would be justified clearly in some circumstances, not necessarily with a road reserve, but it could be with parkland, where a developer, someone wants to cross that, and it could result in serious damage to particular facilities and infrastructure that we have there. So the basis of this is to show that we as a council can look after the little people when they've got a genuine need, where there's no real possibility of any damage to that little section of De Graaf Street, and to enable us to further consider over the next 6 months how we can deal with this entire issue. Thank you.
Councillor Tully, I just note the emails from Mr Davian and the CEO with the access restriction strip. Are you okay if we ask Mr Davey a couple of questions just to make sure it's all...
Yeah.
If there's any issues?
Yes, I'm happy to do that, but could I just explain that this has come up about access restriction strips in the past. They were never used in the city of Ipswich, but they were used in Moreton Shire, and they were a 3-inch wide separate allotment of land at the rear of individual properties. That was the reason in a lot of cases for these barriers to go up, that people were technically crossing the 3-inch strip, which wasn't road reserved. But the legal reason that the Moreton Shire did it was that a property owner who had access to public land, or to a road, had the right to subdivide. even if there was no road, usable road there. So Moretonshire used this device, and I don't think it's used in Queensland. We've made a decision now. We've delegated the power to remove access restriction strips, and particularly where development is proposed to take place, because we have measures under the planning scheme which ensure that we can set appropriate conditions for any development. The short of that is saying that in most of the cases where someone does get the key, I'll rephrase that, in many of the cases where someone gets the key, there is an access restriction strip, which is more or less an indication that they're getting the key so that they can go across that access restriction strip. There's no other reason, otherwise they could be charged with trespassing. I only became aware of this in 1995 when we amalgamated, because they were unknown to Ipswich, but Mr Davey may be able to provide some additional explanation to that.
Thank you. May I ask Mr Davey to come to the lectern, please?
Good morning, Brett Davey, General Manager, Planning and Regulatory Services.
Mr Davey, are there any legal or planning restrictions that would prohibit what Councillor Tully has put forward?
No, Mayor. I suppose the issue is a little bit complex because there are a range of road reserves throughout the city and reserves that haven't actually had complete construction. Some of them will never have construction, as in they'll never be constructed roads. Some of them will as part of future development or future council projects. There is a level of regulation that's applied to these, and that probably is worthy of reviewing and is, I think, addressed in the recommendation. But there is a need for governance in some locations where they may not be suitable for access, or the nature of access that's being sought may damage assets. But in essence, no.
In your professional opinion, would there be any negatives to this proceeding?
No, there are no negatives, so to speak. You can always look at worst case scenarios with these things, and there are, unfortunately in our world, we do get faced with worst case scenarios where residents may enter these locations and cause damage either to the land or to assets. We are aware of residents who access some of road reserves, because not all road reserves have access controls, but access them and do unlawful activities or activities that might affect their neighbours, and we get complaints on that basis. But I think the thrust of this is to ensure that residents can get access to their properties through an unconstructed road reserve. So if we look at it in the spirit of that, that I think is effective.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of Mr Davey? Thank you, Mr Davey.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think in speaking to that, Councillor, I think the only potential worst case scenario, I think, can be managed by the 6-month trial period, and you get to see what happens in that. That would be my opinion there. I don't know what yours is. But
I think all councillors, and I suspect that from what I've heard, most councillors, I haven't spoken to every councillor, but they do have something of this nature in all of the divisions, and it needs a review of, do you need the barrier? Should the bond be lower if there is a bond at all? And should there be a series of staggered or a trio of bonds perhaps in that situation? So I'm just trying to address something which is, it's not unique, this situation, but people do find it prohibitive for just a 30-second movement, across, a little dirt track, to bring it around onto their property.
thank you. I'll leave it open to other comments. Deputy Mayor?
Oh, thanks, Mayor. So I had a similar inquiry back in 2023, actually, and it was actually for Division 3 in Dunlop Street, the road reserve as well. And it was very similar in relation to just movement of a caravan prior to Christmas holidays from the backyard, which was, able to be accessed many years ago, to the front. And it seems to be a common occurrence with that kind of bond. There's no relatable nexus between the situation. I understand why the barriers would be there for safety purposes and for hooning, etc. But yeah, if we can, within that 6 months, look to alleviate or make a simpler system, that would be wonderful. So we're really here to support Councillor Tully's motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I too am supportive of this motion today, and I've had a chat with Councillor Tully about it. And so in addition to, I guess, trying to help or support or address that historical issue of residents being able to traverse that small reserve, separately I've had issues where residents have wanted to have some trees lopped in their backyard, and on top of the tree lopping cost, there is that financial burden of the fee, the bond. But I understand there's risks that we have to manage here at council around this. So hopefully after the 6-month trial period, we'll be able to have a look at what changes we can safely implement to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Antonelli?
Yeah, just seeking a clarification of the way the recommendation now reads. Does this waiver only include De Graff Street itself? Or are we opening this up to other instances, both the waiver of the fee and the opportunity for other residents in the same situation? Because it looks like the way it reads, it's restricted wholly and solely to De Graff Street residents.
So the way that notice of motion is it's just to De Graff Street, but I guess there's a discussion, and what Mr Davies said and the email from the CEO is that would we use this time to review other situations like this?
And again, that's my reason for the clarification as to whether we just open it up generally, that we waive this particular fee for the next 6 months. And with respect to clarification of that 6 months, I'd prefer to nominate an actual date rather than just the term 6 months, maybe till the end of this calendar year, which would be essentially 7 months, admittedly. But
I think
Councillor Tully would like to speak to that.
I think it's important, even though it's a particular street, and there would be other situations in the city which are identical, but just to waiver the fee for go past the barrier wouldn't be appropriate in all the circumstances. Now, the CEO, I thank her for the email today, which is an alternative way. Originally I was looking at a fee, reduction in fees, and then I looked at the opportunity to allow it to happen there, to remove the horizontal pole, and then we've come back to this situation, and we do need to look at fees because that's one way of doing it. But to try to craft a motion during the middle of this meeting to cover every situation in the city, you might find if you waive that for every situation, a barrier, you're going to find problems in some situations. So I wouldn't be supportive of that. I'm not sure there's a problem with the 6 months. The 6 months runs legally from today, so it is a fixed date of the from 6 months from today, from the date of the council decision.
Well, just on that clarification, would you be happy if we at least delegated to the CEO, if circumstances arise, her ability to assess whether those fees should be waived during the next 6 months until the review is complete?
I'd like to see what the wording is.
So the reason I suggest that is otherwise, if we have another street that comes up, we'll be presenting and having to bring another motion back to this council.
Would I suggest, did you want a recommendation B then on that?
Yes.
And I think the wording was in the email from
Can we
the
just
CEO.
say some words, perhaps, that the council delegate to the CEO a power to approve the waiver of fees in similar circumstances in relation to other non.
I think
to other properties in the city of Ipswich.
I think the wording we had here, resolve that the bond for access to council land be waived in certain circumstances under delegation to an appropriately qualified officer, or just to the CEO.
What we're trying, what I think we're trying, but what we're trying to do is to say that there is the first one that needs to apply because there is a degree of urgency, and to delegate that, so to cover the cases that Councillor Antonelli has raised, that there would be the ability to extend that. I wouldn't, as I say, I wouldn't support just extending that without any limitation at all.
Okay. So just checking, Councillor Tully, are you okay with B, recommendation B?
I am.
I'll check with the Deputy Mayor. You're comfortable with that? The CEO's given me the thumbs up on that as well. That's all okay? Councillor Antonelli, I know that's your idea. Are you comfortable with how that's worded?
It is open-ended though. It doesn't nominate the end period of that delegation, mind you, which would be the review.
So what are you suggesting?
Well, except we might want that delegation to continue after the review as well, so.
We can always
remove
it.
Yeah, fair enough, yep. If that's our intent, I'm happy with that, yes.
Okay, thank you. So we have recommendation A and B. I'll just wait for you to have that there. Thank you. I'll open up for any other discussion. Councillor Tully, do you wish to say anything in reply? Not that I think anyone spoke against it, but if you'd like to sum up.
They are difficult cases because they're individual cases and, but people haven't talked about creating a precedent, but I think perhaps it's a good precedent. It's just an opportunity to solve a problem for some communities across the city. So I'd encourage people to support this because it might just be De Graaf Street in Bellbird Park, but it could be their street in their division, next week.
Put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. We now go to item 18, questions on notice. I don't think there were any. So we now move on to item, pardon me.
Excuse me, Mayor. I really need a comfort stop.
Okay.
If that's
I
at
note
all
that it's
permissible.
probably 10 minutes from lunchtime and I've had a request for a comfort stop. Is everyone okay if we come back here at 12:45? Yep. Okay, I'll put forward that adjournment to 12:45. Those in favour, please raise your hand. I don't need a seconder for it's carried. Thank you.
Don't forget we've got budget at 1, guys.
Let me know when we're live. Welcome back to the Council Ordinary Meeting for the 30th of April 2025. It's now 12:45. We're just coming back from our lunch adjournment. We're now on matter item 14.1, which is the suspected councillor conduct breach matter C/24/0078. And I note that Councillor Chinelli, the subject councillor, has declared a conflict of interest and he's left the room. So I'll go through the process here. There are 5 recommendations in this report. So this is a report concerning the referral and subsequent investigation of a suspected conduct breach of a councillor. Recommendation A is that council decide whether or not the councillor has engaged in a conduct breach for allegation 1. B, that council decide whether or not the councillor has engaged in a conduct breach for allegation 2. C, that if the local government decides the councillor has engaged in a conduct breach, what action the local government will take under section 150AH to discipline the councillor. D, that confidential attachment 3 titled Council Investigation Report for the investigation be made publicly available within 10 business days after this decision is made. And E, that the Chief Executive Officer provide notice to the Office of the Independent Assessor of the decision, reasons for the decision, and where an order is made under section 150AH, details about the order. Now, these things don't come across very often. I would also like to read out some advice that the Manager for Executive Services sent to all the councillors on the 23rd of April. And the advice is that, obviously this matter needs to be handled in line with the meeting conduct policy that we have, but he's also given a summary of 10 points of how this matter is to be conducted. So one is, after the completion of the investigation and considering the contents of the investigation report, the council must decide in a council meeting whether or not the council has engaged in a conduct breach. 2, the outcome of an investigation of a suspected conduct breach must be dealt with in an open meeting of council. However, where the matter requires debate, council may resolve to go into closed session to discuss an investigation report. 3, no resolution for a decision can be made in the closed session. The matter must be decided in an open session of the meeting. 4, where council makes a decision about a conduct breach matter that is inconsistent with a recommendation made about that matter in an investigation report, a statement of the reasons for the inconsistency must be included in the minutes of the meeting under section 254H of the Local Government Regulations. And I'll just read that particular section. 254H, recording of reasons for particular decisions. And item 1 is that this section applies if a decision made at a local government meeting is inconsistent with the recommendation or advice given to the local government by an advisor of the local government, or either or both of the following apply to the decision. And 2 says, also, this section applies if a decision is made at a local government meeting about a conduct breach under section 150AG of the Act that is inconsistent with a recommendation made by the entity who conducted the investigation into the conduct. Item 5 on the advice from the Executive Services Manager. The subject councillor has a declarable conflict of interest in the matter and may be permitted by council to remain in the closed meeting during the debate about the investigation report and answer questions put to the subject councillor through the chairperson in relation to the evidence or written submission provided by the councillor to the local government. 6, where the subject council remains in the meeting for the debate is conditional that they must leave the meeting during the vote on whether they have engaged in a conduct breach and what, if any, penalty to impose on the councillor is found to have engaged in conduct breach. 7, after making a decision in the local government, must take the full investigation report publicly available within 10 business days after the decision is made, with the redaction of the name of the complainant and any witnesses, but including the name of a council or the CEO of the local government if they were complainants, or any councillor who declared a conflict of interest in the matter. 8, if a decision is reached that the subject council has engaged in a conduct breach, then the councillors must decide what penalty or penalties, if any, to impose on the councillor. 9, in deciding what penalty to impose, the council may consider any previous inappropriate conduct of the councillor and any allegation made in the investigation that was admitted or not challenged and that the councillor is reasonably satisfied is true. And 10, following the meeting, the outcome is recorded on the council conduct register and the OIA, the Office of the Independent Assessor, are notified of the decision, reasons for the decision and details about the order. So I just thought I know that we've received that as council, so I thought it's very important for the public to see what the process is, to make sure that due process occurs. In order to have the discussion and start, the matter has to be moved and seconded. So I will move recommendation A through to E. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. In speaking to this, I just would like to recount the two allegations and the findings of the investigation. Allegation 1, that Councillor Andrew Antonelli engaged in a conduct breach pursuant to section 150K1A of the Local Government Act on the basis of a breach of behavioural standards 2.1 and 3.3 of the Code of Conduct for councillors in Queensland. These breaches are said to arise as a result of comments the councillor made and they were published by the Ipswich Tribune on the 2nd of October 2024 that were considered both derogatory to council staff and diminished council standing, authority or dignity. The summary of findings was that allegation 1 was substantiated. Allegation 2, that on the 2nd of October 2024, in response to an email from the CEO, Ms Sonia Cooper, to Councillor Andrew Antonelli, advising him about staff who were distressed as a result of his comments in the press and that the matter would be referred to the OIA, the councillor responded in a disrespectful manner towards the CEO and council administration. The summary of findings of the investigation was that allegation 2 was substantiated. So the recommendation to council, it is recommended that this report be submitted to the council for consideration pursuant to section 150AG of the Act as to whether or not the council has engaged in a conduct breach, and if they are found to have so engaged, what action the local government will take to discipline the council pursuant to section 150AH of the Act. And B, having analysed the material from the investigation, the findings are that the two allegations are substantiated. So they are the allegations. I'd say that if I can make an observation, there's nothing wrong with a councillor having concerns about how something is being handled within council. That's part of our job. Unfortunately, in this case, we can see instead of raising this with the CEO or myself in the first instance, I can see that this matter was raised in the media to the distress of the staff members involved. This followed two previous complaints where warnings from the OIA were issued, recommending Councillor Antonelli refamiliarise himself with his obligation to adhere to the Code of Conduct. In defence of our officers and in response to some of the commentary in the media about this complaint, it is important to note that elected representatives are rightfully held to a higher standard than the average employee. In doing so, we take a declaration of office to comply with the Code of Conduct for councillors in Queensland. So for us as councillors, having our performance scrutinised in the media is part and parcel of our roles. But obviously it is not appropriate for officers who are just trying to do their jobs. Our staff, including our most senior officer, the CEO, are invaluable partners in delivering council services to the community. When disrespectful or harmful comments are made, it is demoralising for all council staff who work tirelessly behind the scenes to support us and ensure the smooth running of this organisation. Given the prior warnings from the OIA, I also do not believe this to be an accidental slip of the tongue. Making the same mistake more than once isn't an accident, it's a choice. So therefore at this stage, I know we're having a discussion, I will be supporting the findings of the investigation and the proposed disciplinary action, and I open it up for comments. No comments? Councillor Doyle as a seconder.
Thank you, Mayor. Just recognising this is obviously a challenging situation for councillors to be making a decision like this about a fellow councillor, but this is an issue that I consider really, really important as an elected rep, and certainly last term post-administration in 2020, I heard countless stories from staff members about the previous culture. So it's, really, really important to me that we have a good culture here at council, that we continue to be an employer of choice, that our staff feel safe and respected. Without those elements, then we won't be successful. We won't be able to deliver for the ratepayers of Ipswich. I see there's two parts, to this, and in relation to the negative impacts for the city, and then on council staff. I want to frame my comments by stating that local government is a very unique beast, in that councillors are often working in the trenches side by side with staff members daily. We're not 10 steps removed from the bureaucracy, as in the state and federal government. We work alongside council officers at the coalface every day. So our behaviour does impact them. I believe that, the ability for democratically elected leaders to have the ability to speak up and advocate on important community issues is important. I absolutely accept that. However, it must never impinge on or negate our obligations in discharging of our legislative roles and responsibilities. We also have an obligation to act appropriately and respectfully towards staff and the work that they do, and equally as important as our financial obligations as elected representatives, making somewhat board-like decisions for the organisation and for the good of the city. Council staff are members and Ipswich residents and ratepayers, and it's not easy for them to feel like their hard work is being brought into disrepute. This issue today is one example amongst, a number of potentially negative reputational impacts and incidents that may occur as a result of the functioning of a group of elected representatives in discharging their legislative roles and responsibilities. There's numerous examples of LGAs right across Queensland where feedback received from government, business and industry and community stakeholders indicates that councils have and will continue to suffer negative and economic and social consequences as a result of these types of action. It is important that we are critically aware of the consequences of what we do. It's also not helpful and in fact harmful for our city's unity and reputation, and importantly the trust that our local residents have in their local government. As an elected representative, we have an obligation to, before we speak publicly, to ensure we're speaking accurately about the business of council, and certainly that we're not deliberately or intentionally misleading residents. If you are a company director and found guilty of failing to act in the best interest of shareholders, then you're cast out into the corporate cold, banned from holding directorships. If you're a politician, however, there are no such penalties. However, that doesn't mean to say we have a free pass to criticise the organisation publicly without first having to try to resolve the matter directly with the CEO, general managers or, senior staff members for that matter. Just finally, it's important to reflect on that as elected representatives, we're effectively asset owners as well in relation to the Nicholas Street precinct, where we're company directors effectively. We must be very careful and cautious to not damage the business. We have obligations under the local government legislation to not negatively impact those assets. So at that point, I just want to highlight just a couple of the comments within the Tribune article, which is that council continues to overpromise and underdeliver. The next comment was, must pay exorbitant rents to be there. That's in relation to our tenants. And the final comment was, we have filled them with false hope and rolled out the red carpet, but then pulled the rug out from beneath them. These statements, I would argue, are potentially reckless and place council in a position of risk, as well as legal risk, as a landlord in meeting our obligations under the leases, as well as our ability to attract new tenants and businesses. It is so important that the development is a success. Ratepayers are relying on this council to get this development right and provide and deliver on the ongoing financial and social benefits from this once-in-a-generation catalytic project. To do anything to jeopardise that, we're failing in our duties as councillors and, you know, vicariously as a board director. So it's something I feel very, very strongly about. Like I said, there's two parts to this, the organisation and the reputation, particularly around the precinct, but equally, if not more importantly, the staff at council. We've worked so hard last term to build up trust with council officers. We've forged great professional working relationships. We've become an employer of choice. We've attracted key staff members that we need to deliver the change and the services to residents. We can't jeopardise that. It's too important. So I think that's all I've got to add today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Councilman?
I'd just like to say a few words, Mayor.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
As we all know, being a councillor is a tough job. I recently attended a meeting of residents who asked me to do certain things that would have required me to give directions to council officers. When I told them I could not do so, one of them asked, not in a kind way, then what do you actually do? There are many things I could have said in reply, including making best use of provisional funding to have badly needed footpaths built, dog off leash areas improved, ensuring Division 4 gets its fair share of the council budget and capital works program, keeping residents informed as to what council is doing in Division 4 by regularly attending council meetings, having stalls at shows, holding regular community catch-up and putting posts on social media. But another thing I could have said to them was, I am your voice in council. I fight for things that are important to you, and sometimes that means challenging recommendations and decisions of council officers. I did this when, with the support of my fellow councillors, I moved a motion that council consult with the community before deciding whether it should hand back the Talagalla School to the state government. I did it again when a council report recommended handing over the North Ipswich Corporate Centre to a sports club to use as a gym. Once again, I did this when new suburb signs appeared in Division 4 with a colour scheme that would not have been out of place in East Germany, rather than the unique green and white suburb signs that Ipswich residents have become accustomed to. And it looks like I may be doing so when I continue to question recommendations from council officers that families whose relatives' headstones at the Ipswich Cemetery either went missing or were destroyed cannot pay for replacement headstones or bronze plaques to be installed as replacements. Advocating for residents and local businesses is what councillors get elected to do. Advocating for residents and local businesses. And if they aren't doing so, they aren't doing their job. But in doing so, they must be respectful to council officers and comply with the Code of Conduct for Councillors of Queensland, last updated on the 22nd of February 2024, the Human Rights Act, council policies, as well as the Local Government Act and regulations. All good there? I have carefully considered all the material supplied to me about this matter in the meeting, in the agenda. The suspected councillor contact breach matter C/24/00786, including the reports by Workplace Edge, which include the complaint investigation dated 17 December 2024 and the complaint investigation summary report dated 17 December 2024. I've also carefully considered the relevant sections of the Code of Conduct for Councillors in Queensland approved on the 22nd of February 2024. Having done so, on the balance of probabilities, I have found I cannot agree with the findings and recommendations made by Workplace Edge. As well, I have concerns as to how the investigation was conducted. But finally, Mayor, I'd just like to say this. As you're aware, I recently took steps to have training with regard to the Councillors' Code of Conduct in Queensland included as a module in the council's Councillor Learning Management Scheme, so that me and my fellow councillors are fully conversant with the provisions of the Code of Conduct.
Thank you, Councillor Madden. Councillor Augustine?
Oh, Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to give my contribution to this. Supposing, just like Councillor Madden, I've got a scenario as well. So on the 6th of September 2024, I remember there was some talk around the food vans in the precinct. I too had a problem with the food vans in the precinct, and food vans in general in all of the different festivals we've had, even the Jacaranda Festival. And so for me, I went down to the precinct. I started my own little internal investigation. I got the names of the food trucks that were in the precinct, did a little search, and I found that most of them were either Ipswich or very closely aligned to Ipswich businesses. I was satisfied with that they were quite close to Ipswich. I went up the mall, I had a look at the businesses that we have in the precinct, and to my surprise, and I found that nearly all of them had little deals to do with the particular festival we had on, activation, I should say, that we had on at that time, which was the dinosaur event. And so I looked at that and I thought, oh, great. So then I thought, okay, one more, I need to go and speak to the manager of that space, which was Miss Gregory. And we had a bit of a discussion through a meeting, and she explained to me the rationale behind the food trucks. And for me, I was happy with that explanation. And so from there, I went to promote the event on my Facebook. So for me, I just think I put that scenario down because it was exactly the same scenario, but it's handled two different ways. I didn't shoot from the hip. I got factual information, made my decision from there and how to handle that actual scenario. I also would like to bring out some other commentary through all of the paperwork that we were given to read through. I see from the CEO's commentary that she states that Councillor Antonelli was on a learning curve when he first came in. And I put it to potentially the CEO. CEO, I was also a very new councillor on that learning curve as well, with the same scenario put to me. And I understand that you wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, which is great, because in your words, not mine, he was struggling. But fair enough, fair enough. The other thing that I took into consideration as well, which was one of the recommendations, is looking at previous referrals. I know there was as much as 7, but 2 were substantiated, with the referral coming back from the IRA on the basis that the councillor needed to reacquaint himself with the code of conduct. At one point, Councillor Antonelli said that he understood and understood what the CEO had to do. So he understood she needed to put in the complaint. I then went on to have a look through the report to see how remorseful Councillor Antonelli was of the process. And I looked at timelines, timeframes from when the article went in to when actually in any of the documentation was when he was remorseful. And it took up until Christmas when Councillor Antonelli spoke those words that he apologised to the CEO. When I put it to you, was it because he had the January meeting for this investigation to happen? Also took into consideration the stress levels that the staff suffered from the CEO's, again, statement. She said she thought it was about a 7 to 8. The officer that was interviewed as well was about the same sort of level of stress as well. So I'm taking into consideration our staff and what was the impacts on the staff. I'll finish up now, but I would just like to say, you know, yesterday we had a briefing about respect in our workplace and abiding by the code of conduct and calling out inappropriate behaviour. If we want a culture of council to improve, we can't be bystanders. We can't let behaviour like this be accepted. And if we do, are we just as much to blame? If we want the culture to change as leaders, we need to set the example. We need to be brave, we need to be courageous and lead the change. I believe that I have a really good, respectful and professional relationship with Councillor Antonelli, and I hope as we continue to work together, that we can continue this respectful relationship. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I open up for further discussion. Yes, Councillor Madsen.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to add, I think today the Council needs to make a decision which can be applied consistently and does not inhibit the ability of any councillor in Ipswich to meet their obligations under the Code of Conduct to provide community representation into the future. How we deal with this matter, I think we should be considering the allegations and how they are particularised. So respectfully, I must state that how us individually may form a view about how we would have handled the situation, that doesn't necessitate someone else doing it differently is a breach. The breach has to, or the potential breach, has to concern with the allegation and what it stems from. So that needs to be considered in its probative qualities. There's a few things that probably need to be explored further. One of such is the recommendations from the independent assessor. I haven't been able to find anything which clarifies whether they've been through a proper natural justice process themselves. While people can certainly consider them, that should be measured against whether they actually are the same as adverse conduct history, given that they haven't been through a process where they've went through their own judicial process or quasi-judicial process.
So are you talking about the other warnings, or are you talking about this matter?
Well, the pertinence of the other warnings need to be considered as to their validity from a natural justice perspective in their own right. Like, what process have they went through where a finding is actually made? My understanding is that those recommendations don't involve a finding actually being made. So it's not the same as somebody having a conduct matter decided, which is important when it comes to giving weight to things. At this stage, that's all I'd add. I think that the commentary this morning really needs to come down to relevance about the particular allegation. It's very easy after the fact to point to things and say, I would have done this, this, this and this. It's the specific action and how that interacts with the Code of Conduct in the two allegations that needs to be focused on.
Thank you, Councillor Madsen. Any other discussion? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I just wanted to kind of continue with that thought, and I think that it's really important to note that the conduct which is alleged against Councillor Antonelli is just limited to Councillor Antonelli's statements that he made in that article that was published in the Ipswich Tribune on the 2nd of October 2024. So further commentary included in the investigator's report post that article that may delve into his mannerisms or demeanour during post-conversations of that article. If you look at the particulars of the application, there is no allegation that any conduct following Councillor Antonelli's specific statements in part of or forms part of the allegations of misconduct and should be disregarded. It is not alleged in the application that Councillor Antonelli acted inappropriately in any discussions with council officers. So if you look at the particulars of allegation 1, any opinions about Councillor Antonelli's mannerisms or behaviour is irrelevant and would not be rational or probative evidence for the council to consider today. While the strict rules of evidence don't apply in this instance, it is a statutory process whereby the rules of procedural fairness and natural justice will apply. So I note that there's been discussion in relation to previous referrals and substantiated referrals, and that's actually incorrect. So there's been no substantiated finding of a conduct breach in relation to Councillor Antonelli. The council can fall into error by considering material which is not rationally probative of the allegations that are in question. So I'm just here today to make a decision on the allegations before us, allegation 1 and allegation 2. I'm not here to make a decision about accumulated assumptions of conduct, and I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll open for any other discussion. Yes, Councillor Martin?
Yeah, I'd like to concur with pretty well most of what's been said today. It is somewhat disappointing that we are here today. I do like to think that as a councillor we have the ability and right to be able to speak on behalf of constituents, and I believe in this instance Councillor was just making comments with regard to traders in the mall. I find it a little bit, how do you say, disconcerting. We seem to be having to weigh up the situation by virtue of the fact that council officers were offended at what he said and their reaction to that. Had they not been upset, would we even be here? And I don't really think that that should be coming into calculation by virtue of the fact that either he is in breach by virtue of what he said, as Councillor Johnick just articulated. Otherwise, if somebody is offended at something we say, I don't really think that that should give substance or rise to the fact that you're in breach by virtue of the fact that I was offended. So I think, as has been explained, we should just be looking at the article in question and what was actually said. And again, I'd just like to reiterate, like, we are out in community and we do often get hit up by a whole host of things. And if I don't have the ability to be able to say, I believe, for example, mowing has been a long issue. If I don't have the right to speak up, then I don't really believe I'm worthy to be a councillor if I don't have the ability to speak on behalf of constituents. If that is contrary to what a council decision has been, I think I should still have the right to be able to say things. So, and once again, I also find it somewhat disconcerting that this matter has been referred back to us as his peers. I'd rather see an independent body somewhere actually make a decision. Thank you.
So I'm just writing notes. Thank you. Any other discussion? Did you wish to say something else, Councillor Doyle? No. Okay. If there's nothing else to discuss, Councillor Tully, do you wish to? No. In that case, as a matter of a right of reply, and then we'll go to a vote. I'll speak then. Look, thank you very much. I know this is a sensitive matter, and these matters don't come forward very often, thank goodness. But if I could talk to, I guess, 2 points in summing up, and that is probably the substance of the matter that was raised. I think we have here that no one would disagree that if councils see something wrong or something that they think is not being done right or efficiently or in the best interests of residents' ratepayers, that we should absolutely raise it. I don't think anyone's debating that. It's how it was raised and the approach. And like, we are under a code of conduct, like other councillors, and as any other board member, any other board, you would raise that first either with myself as the chair or as the CEO to discuss. But unfortunately, that's not what happened. What happened here was very derogatory comments in the media. And it's been my experience certainly that the two teams that were discussed are quite high performing teams in our council. The city events team we saw just do tremendous work with the Anzac Day celebrations, and this weekend with Planes, Trains and Autos. They are, in my experience, an incredibly high-performing team who work weekends, nights, all sorts of hours and do an amazing job. And I also praise the Nicholas Street Precinct team. They have done an amazing job during COVID securing Hoyts, General Public and many other tenants. So the claims that were made in that newspaper article, to me, are factually incorrect and also not brought up in the correct way. If he had any issues, he could have spoken to myself, the CEO, or even his divisional councillor about any concerns about the food trucks. I think that would have been resolved. I do have concerns with how Councillor Antonelli did manage this rather than coming to the CEO, and I'm going to quote one paragraph from the Windage report, page 18. And it's on the fear of reporting and fear of reprisal. Further, it was identified that there was no way for employees to raise their concerns as they feared that these would not be kept confidential. Inquiries uncovered allegations of councillors harassing staff and making threats against them to ruin their career. In particular, several staff were fearful that it would be discovered that they'd made complaints and they would lose their jobs as a result. They knew that challenges to authority would not be tolerated. Some employees who raised concerns had their hours reduced so significantly that they end up leaving the council. And the feedback I'm getting from the community that people are very concerned with this kind of behaviour, treating council officers this way, is that slip back down to the dark old days. I'll address to the comments that Councillor Doyle made. I think you made some points that I obviously very agree with you in looking at our reputation as a council, but also our legal and fiduciary responsibilities with the Nicholas Street Precinct. So thank you for your comments. Councillor Madsen, thank you so much for your comments as well. I think that natural justice is really important, and we're relying on the laws of the land, that this matter has been dealt with in accordance with the Local Government Act, local government regulations, as well as Council's investigations policy as well. And I'll just quote one in particular, I think on in the publicly available document, you can see on page, I think, 87 of 221, it talked about the fact that this investigation was conducted in accordance with the policy, and it outlines some of there's a few paragraphs on the natural justice afforded to the councillor as part of this process, which did include, and I'm quoting here, in accordance with the Ipswich City Council investigation policy dated the 28th of November 2024, Councillor Antonelli was provided with a copy of a preliminary statement of findings on the 14th of February 2025. Prior to the final report being lodged with Council, he was provided with an opportunity to respond in writing. The Council requested until close of business Monday the 24th of February 2025. He was contacted by phone to see if he was going to respond on 2 occasions, and on Thursday the 27th of February 2025 the Council was advised that no response had been received and the investigation report and the summary investigation report will be finalised submitted. So I won't go through everything, but I can see that under the laws of the land and the policy that this process has accorded natural justice. It'd be my view also that just because Councillor Antonelli did not go face-to-face to those council officers and tell them to their face what happened here, because he did that in the media, doesn't mean it wasn't part of his code of conduct. Code of conduct 2.1 is treat fellow councillors, local government employees and members of the public with courtesy, honesty and fairness. That doesn't just mean face-to-face, it just doesn't mean that it's only in face-to-face interactions, it's also in the media, and how you treat staff in the media, to me, also includes that. And I found he had an inability or unwillingness to reflect on his repeated behaviour characterised by, you could see the dismissive and derogatory comments that he made in his statement. It speaks to a deeper reluctance to acknowledge the repercussions of his actions on both the council's reputation and the welfare of the employees, and that I found that this recurring conduct is not only a breach of the ethical and behavioural standards required by councils, but a direct affront to the principles of professional accountability and respect. And can I just confirm too that, I'll ask the question, have any councils had any discussions with Councillor Antonelli on this particular matter? No? Thank you very much for that, I appreciate that. So in that case, that was my right of reply. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour of recommendations A through to E, please raise your hand. So, that's what we're doing now. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Vicky asked if it did A through to E. Actually, so Vicky's just asked a question. Should we do one? I think we should do one by one. My apologies. So we'll do one by one. I know that I've moved all, and so has Councillor Joy has seconded. So I'll do vote one by one. Allegation A. So recommendation A, that council decide whether or not the council has engaged in a conduct breach for allegation 1. If you agree, please raise your hand. Be myself, Councillor Doyle, Councillor Augustine. Those against? Then Councillor Madsen, Councillor Johnnick, Councillor Tully, Councillor Martin and Councillor Madden. So that did not get up. Recommendation B, that council decide whether or not the council has engaged in conduct for breach of allegation 2. Yes.
We are deciding what you're putting in the motion you're putting up is that he has engaged.
Yes.
So the council decide
did not engage. That was the I put forward that did engage. Did engage. 4 was myself, Councillor Doyle and Councillor Augustine.
Mayor, as a point of order, could I ask that first paragraph A be put again, because that wasn't a displayed motion?
Sure, okay. Thank you. We'll do that again because it has changed, because it was had a whether or not. So now the recommendation A is that council decide that the councillor did engage in a conduct breach for allegation 1. Those for, myself, Councillor Doyle, Councillor Augustine. Those against, that's the remainder of the councils, Councillor Madsen, Councillor Deputy Mayor, Councillor Tully, Councillor Martin, Councillor Madden. That's okay. That's all good. That's okay. Myself, Councillor Augustine and Councillor Doyle. Yes. Obviously, Councillor Anthony is not in the room. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to take him out.
Yes.
I just can't do it any other way.
Thank you. B will be the same, that councillor has, councillor did engage. Councillor Dawes, the seconder, you're happy with that one? Yep. Put B to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Myself, Councillor Dawes and Councillor Augustine. Those against? Councillor Madsen, Councillor Johnnick, Deputy Mayor Johnnick, Councillor Tully, Councillor Martin, Councillor Madden. Thank you very much for that respectful discussion. I find that C is not now needed, that if the local government decides the council has engaged in a conduct breach, what action the local, so there has not been found to be a conduct breach, so C is not required. D, that confidential attachment 3, titled Council Investigation Report for investigation may be made publicly available within 10 business days. Can I just check with you, CEO, that that still happens regardless of whether the conduct breach has been agreed to or not? Which is recommendation D.
I'll get some advice, Chair, but I would say so.
Okay.
But I'll just confirm quickly.
No worries. Sorry?
Sorry, ma'am. My position is it's still a matter of public record.
Okay.
We'll certainly speak to the decisions that have been made in the chamber today.
Yes.
Yeah, it'll inform, yeah.
So I'm just checking with the CEO, how do we get around that? I'll withdraw my recommendation for C, because obviously it's not required anymore.
Mayor, if we're still discussing D as it appears, we have to take into account that this is a confidential document, and it may suggest, if it's released, that there's a basis for the allegations, and that would be unfair to Councillor Antonelli.
Wade's advice is that, yeah, the requirements are that it is published per the Act and the policy.
Okay, so we don't, our hands are tied on that. It has to occur. So can I just confirm, Councillor Doyle, I'm happy to withdraw recommendation C, because obviously there was not, the council has found. So she's agreed. So in that case, we'll move them all up then. The former D will be now C. Would that be correct? The confidential attachment 3 entitled Council Investigation Report. If that's going to happen by the law, do we need to vote on that? I guess I'd ask.
Can I just raise this point at this stage, that in relation to paragraph C, there is no decision in relation to A and B. They were defeated, so it doesn't create a positive decision. So at this stage, and I do have a further matter given this, that there is no decision, and we've had that issue in other matters, planning matters or whatever. If something's defeated, it doesn't create the opposite decision.
I know what you're saying, but I guess the question was there a conduct breach, yes or no? Mm-hmm. I put forward that yes, it was a conduct breach, and it followed through that no, there wasn't one. So I know what you're saying with the planning matter, but I'd say this is different to a planning matter. There was did they engage in a conduct breach, yes or no? I put forward yes, that was voted down. So it's been found that he did not have a conduct breach by this council.
Could I?
Yep, open to discussion.
Yeah, okay. Look, I considered earlier what might be the outcome today, and obviously that's how it's transpiring now as one of the options. I do have an alternative motion, which I'm prepared to move.
Yeah, okay.
Which would include paragraphs C and D. Obviously, where a particular decision was made, but it probably is neither here nor there. I think it's quite obvious one way or the other. The material has to be published and advised to the OIA. So I've got no problem with it, but it's just on a technical issue whether or not we've given A and B and been defeated. That doesn't create a positive decision.
You are correct. Like in a planning matter, you are correct. It doesn't mean, but I'd say on this case it's a binary yes, no.
We have an obligation at law to publish it.
Yeah,
we can't in this council override the legal position.
Yeah.
I support it.
So D, I'd ask whether if that's the law, that's the law. I guess we'll vote on that. And the new D would be that which was E, that the Chief Executive Officer provide notice to the OIA of the decision, reasons for the decision. One thing that we'll have to put in there is because the councillors have decided to go against it, and I apologise, I'll just bring up under 254H, recording of reasons for particular decisions. So could I please get from those who voted that this conduct was not a conduct breach, could you please provide some reasons for that particular decision so that could be listed? Okay. Okay.
Are we doing C and D together or separately?
I'm also, we'll do C and D. Is everyone okay to do C and D together? I'm getting a nod from Marnie, who was the seconder. Okay, I'll put the C and D to the floor. All those in favour? C and D. What's up? Thank you. It's unanimous in the room. Thank you. We now have an obligation under section 254H of the local government regulations, a recording of reasons, in particular here under subpara 2, that if the local government makes a decision about a conduct breach that is against and not consistent with the recommendation from the investigation as per policy, then we do have to state our reasons. And I open the floor up. I think, Councillor Tully, you had something that you might want to put forward?
And that is correct, that we have to give, for a finding in accordance with the recommendation doesn't require any reasons for the decision. That's why your original motion was fairly simple. But I have an alternative motion which I believe will cover that legal requirement. So I've just given that to the committee clerk, but because of the length of it, I will, if with your permission,
please read
hand a
out
copy to each councillor.
Chair, Just wondering if it's would be more efficient, given the commentary by individual councillors obviously have notes that they've read from, that those notes just be made available
I'm
to the
happy to make
CEO.
mine.
Is that in itself not evidence of the decision that was made? Or is this actually a summary of all those points, is it? Is it a compilation? Okay.
So Councillor Tully has handed out 6 pages of notes. And I'm sorry, Councillor, for process, I'm going to have you read out
Yes,
your
thank you. Yeah.
notes. The allegations are, I'll let you read out what you've done. Thank you.
This is given that the original part of the motion was defeated, the wording of the paragraphs A and B, the purpose of this motion is to have a positive decision about what our findings are and to incorporate in the motion the reasons for that decision. So I'll now read this. A, this is the motion.
Sorry, Councillor Tully, I'm just concerned that that's not going to cover the reasons that were expressed in chambers today by individual councillors.
Well, that's a matter for council to decide.
Right.
It may or may not, because there was a range of issues that people were spoken to. That'll be a matter for the motion itself will cover the formal reasons for a positive decision. Whether the CEO believes that other statements made by councillors should be incorporated as for the reasons, well, that's not a matter for me. That's
So may I put something forward? Can I just put something forward? Many of us spoke with notes and others didn't. We've done this once before. We actually had, if you remember, Councillor Tully, where we actually asked in the minutes to have a transcript of what councillors had said. We have done that in the past, so maybe that's something.
I've got no problem with that.
Yeah, so maybe I'll let you put this forward
okay.
as per 254J, and then we can do another one to
And then-
ask the committee clerk to do a transcript of what councillors said for the record.
I think that's quite suitable.
Thanks,
I'll
Councillor.
move that
Firstly,
A-
can I just get something clarified?
Yeah.
So, administratively,
So I'm having,
as
Sorry,
we
Councillor
proceed, so I think we've got to see what Councillor Tully has,
Correct.
and before we make a decision, determine if any additions are required from
Yes.
the commentary which occurred. So it's practical to actually go through Councillor Tully's motion and then see if there's anything to add.
that's what we were about to do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This is my motion. A, that council, having considered the 2 matters regarding alleged conduct breaches by Councillor Antonelli referred from the Office of the Independent Assessor, OIA, to the Council's Chief Executive Officer, CEO, on the 29th of October 2024, decides as follows. Allegation 1, having considered all of the evidence and material provided in relation to Allegation 1, and in accordance with Section 150AG1A of the Local Government Act 2009, the Act, the Council decides on the balance of probabilities that Councillor Antonelli has not engaged in a conduct breach for the following reasons. A, Councillor Antonelli had the right to make the reported comments in accordance with Section 21 of the Human Rights Act 2019, which states inter alia, 21, freedom of expression. 1, every person has the right to hold an opinion without interference. 2, every person has the right to freedom of expression, which includes the freedom to seek, receive and impart information and ideas of all kinds, whether within or outside Queensland, and whether A, orally, or B, in writing, or C, in print, or by way of art, or C, in another medium chosen by the person. Such right is acknowledged in Section 5 of the Council's Media and Corporate Communications Policy, the policy which states human rights commitment. Ipswich City Council has considered the human rights protected under the Human Rights Act 2009, Queensland, when adopting and or amending this policy. When applying this policy, the Council will act and make decisions in a way that is compatible with human rights and give proper consideration to a human right relevant to the decision in accordance with the Human Rights Act 2009, Queensland. Council has right to raise matters of public importance in his or her role as an elected member is a fundamental right of the councillor and the right of the community to be informed of such matters. The comments by Councillor Antonelli were made in response to one media outlet following complaints from traders in the mall who had leasing contracts with the Ipswich City Council that their takings had been seriously affected by the decision of Council to permit food truck, that should read trucks, if that could be amended, please. Trucks close to the premises. It was not a decision of full council, and councillors were not consulted before the decision was made. Councillor Antonelli had the right to comment directly on the issue. Comments made by Councillor Antonelli were permitted pursuant to paragraph 6 of section 6 scope of the policy, which states inter alia, this policy does not preclude councillors from making their own statements or comments which may conflict with council's position, ensuring that their comments are not portrayed by them as the official view of council. Councillor Antonelli's comments were not portrayed by him as the official view of council. His comments were also protected by the overarching provisions of paragraph 7 of section 6 of the policy, which states, nothing in the policy shall be interpreted as affecting the right of individual councillors to raise or comment on issues of public importance or significance to them and to speak about such matters as elected representatives of the local community or in some other capacity. This clause reflects the overriding democratic right of all councillors to make comments completely free of the strictures of the policy, thus reinforcing the fundamental right of elected members to speak publicly on matters relating to their community. B. Councillor Antonelli was clearly speaking in his proper divisional role and his statutory citywide councillor role, having regard to sections 12.1 and 12.6 of the Act, which state a councillor must represent the current and future interests of the residents of the local government area. 6. When performing a responsibility, a councillor must serve the overall public interest of the whole local government area. C. Councillor Antonelli's comments were consistent with paragraph 8 of section 2, purpose and principles of the policy, which state inter alia, the purpose of this policy is to ensure that councillors have fair and equitable opportunity to engage with the community about divisional, committee and other community matters through council external communication networks, recognising the citywide role and responsibility of all councillors under section 12 of the Local Government Act 2009. Councillor Antonelli's comments were protected under the implied right of freedom of opinion and expression guaranteed by the High Court under the Australian Constitution. In the case of Longy against the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, 1997, High Court of Australia 25, a restriction on a councillor's right and arguably his or her duty in championing the community is inconsistent with this implied constitutional right of freedom of expression. The independent assessor recognised this in a public statement in 2021 regarding the right of councillors to critically raise matters relevant to their community. This arose following a complaint which was subsequently dismissed against the Mayor of Barcaldine Regional Council over public comments made by him regarding the state government rollout of the COVID-19 vaccination program in his region. The independent assessor said, quote, I want to make it very clear that I am not reducing anyone's ability to speak. It is critical of the role of councillors that they represent their communities and can do so by critically making comments or making points. Councillors do that across Queensland all the time, unquote. That was the independent assessor at the public briefing transcript in Brisbane on the 7th of December 2021 on page 9 of the State Development and Regional Industries Committee. The council is of the view that Councillor Antonelli's comments were also protected by this advice. E. The proper consideration of Councillor Antonelli's comments and alleged conduct breach relates solely to his comments in an Ipswich Tribune article of the 2nd of October 2024. Subsequent events such as staff thoughts or feelings or how others may have interpreted or felt about the comments are not relevant to a proper examination of the actual words used by Councillor Antonelli. He must be judged solely in relation to the printed comments made by him. Those comments appear to be a fair description of his genuinely held views as an elected member without identifying or criticising any particular staff member. F. Staff working in a political and at times emotionally charged environment at any of Australia's 3 levels of government must expect vigorous debate and public commentary from time to time which is directed specifically at a particular decision. Councillor Antonelli did not name or identify any particular officers and his comments were clearly aimed at the decision and not the decision makers. Conclusion in relation to allegation 1. In accordance with section 11 of Council's investigation policy, the standard of proof is the civil standard, that is on the balance of probabilities to the reasonable satisfaction of the tribunal. In Briganshaw and Briganshaw 1938-60 CLR, page 336, it was held that reasonable satisfaction in civil matters must be considered in the light of the seriousness of the allegation and the gravity of the potential consequences when determining whether the evidence satisfies the civil standard. Dixon J. observed at 361 to 362, except upon criminal issues to be proved by the prosecution, it is enough that the affirmative of an allegation is made out to the reasonable satisfaction of the tribunal. But reasonable satisfaction is not a mind that is attained or established independently of the nature and consequence of the facts to be proved. The seriousness of an allegation made, the inherent unlikelihood of an occurrence of a given description or the gravity of the consequences flowing from a particular finding are considerations which must affect the answer to the question whether the issue has been proven to the reasonable satisfaction of the tribunal. Similarly, in Qantas Airways Limited against Gamma 2008, FCAFC 69, Branson J commented on those statements and said, His Honour made plain that allocation, the tribunal should give consideration to the nature of the allocation and the likely consequences which will follow should it be accepted. The Riggenshaw principle has been adopted by the Council Conduct Tribunal, accepting the applicability of this principle. In this matter, a finding by council of a conduct breach could result in significant consequences for Councillor Antonelli, including exclusion from a stated local government meeting, removal from council-appointed positions, or mandatory reimbursement of the council of some or all of the costs arising from the councillor's conduct breach of at least $18,975, that is, the investigation cost. After careful consideration of all of the available evidence and material, Council decides that it is not reasonably satisfied on the balance of probabilities that Councillor Antonelli engaged in a conduct breach in relation to Allegation 1. Accordingly, Council decides that Allegation 1 has not been substantiated in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009 and the relevant legal principles. Allegation 2, having considered all of the evidence and material provided in relation to Allegation 2 and in accordance with Section 150 AG 1A of the Local Government Act 2009, the Council decides on the balance of probabilities that Councillor Antonelli did not engage in a conduct breach for the following reasons. A, the words used to the CEO were directly related to Councillor Antonelli's clear concerns that consideration of the rights of the Ipswich mall traders with leasing contracts with the Ipswich City Council had been subsumed by the feelings of unidentified staff who were the original decision makers in the matter. B, Councillor Antonelli acted appropriately in his email to the CEO by stating that his comments were not aimed at staff members but the administration. He did not criticise any individual staff to the CEO. C, although the tone of his words may have been somewhat forthright, his priority at all times was clearly to resolve the serious matters raised by the traders in the media, whom he described as the mum and dad businesses, and not to hurt the feelings of the CEO. The CEO stated at an interview on the 30th of January in 2025 that she took mild offence to Councillor Antonelli's comments. D, elected members in a political environment will at times have forthright discussions with senior council officers as part of the democratic process and frank exchanges between councillors and senior officers. Before a conduct breach could reasonably be regarded as having occurred in these circumstances, it would necessarily require a relatively significant level of inappropriate or offensive behaviour, rather than just mild offence, which is not evidenced in this matter. Conclusion in relation to Allegation 2. In accordance with Section 11 of Council's investigation policy, the standard of proof is the civil standard, that is, on the balance of probabilities to the reasonable satisfaction of the tribunal. I will read the next three paragraphs, which are I read previously. In Brigginshaw and Brigginshaw 1938-60 CLR 336, it was held that reasonable satisfaction in civil matters must be considered in light of the seriousness of the allegation and the gravity of the potential consequences when determining whether the evidence satisfies the civil standard. Dixon J observed at 361 to 362, except upon criminal cases to be proven to by the prosecution, it is enough that the affirmative of an allegation is made out to the reasonable satisfaction of the tribunal. But reasonable satisfaction is not a mind that is attained or established independently of the nature and consequence of the fact or fact to be proved. The seriousness of the allegation made, the inherent unlikelihood of an occurrence of a given description, or the gravity of the consequences flowing from a particular finding are considerations which must affect the answer to the question whether the issue has been proven to the reasonable satisfaction of the tribunal. Similarly, in Qantas Airways Limited against Gamma 2008, in the Federal Court AFC 69, Branson J commented on those statements and said His Honour made plain that before accepting the truth of evidence of a particular allegation, the tribunal should give consideration to the nature of the allegation and the likely consequences which follow should it be accepted. The Brigginshaw principle has been followed by the Council Conduct Tribunal, accepting the applicability of this principle. In this matter, a finding by Council of a conduct breach could result in significant consequences for Councillor Antonelli, including exclusion from a stated local government meeting, removal from council-appointed positions or mandatory reimbursement of the council for some or all of the costs arising from the councillor's conduct breach of at least $18,975. That is the investigation costs. After careful consideration of all of the available evidence and material, council decides that it is not reasonably satisfied on the balance of probabilities that Councillor Antonelli engaged in a conduct breach in relation to allegation 2. Accordingly, the council decides that allegation 2 has not been substantiated in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009 and the relevant legal principles. I will stop there because the next two paragraphs have already been agreed to by council.
Okay. Now, thank you, Councillor. I note that you've given your reasons for this particular decision. I must say I have a few issues with some of the commentary, but obviously that's already been done and dusted. Could I just check with the other 4 people who voted? So
before I think we should get a seconder to that motion.
Yes, yes.
First.
So you're putting that motion forward.
Yeah,
that
I'll
as
move that, yeah.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Madden. I'll open it up for discussion.
Thank you.
Councillor
Just
Doyle.
confirm.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should let Councillor Tully. Do you, yes, as the mover of the motion, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, okay. This motion clearly covers the proposed decision, the positive decision, which is required under the Act, and for the reasons for the decision which are incorporated into the into that motion. Which if there are other matters which indicate the reason for this decision, including the transcript as you have referred to. Personally, I don't see any problem with that. The reasons for the decision, as I've stated, are the principal reasons. The statutory and related reasons are the Human Rights Act, the Council's Media and Corporate Communications Policy, provisions of the Local Government Act, the High Court decision in implied right of free speech. That was a case of Longing against the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. That related to the former Prime Minister of New Zealand. And the independent assessor's statement in 2021, which I've quoted in the motion, and I don't believe it can be anything clearer when she said, I want to make it, this is in 2021, I want to make it very clear that I am not reducing anyone's ability to speak. It is critical to the role of councillors that they represent their communities and can do so by critically making points. Councillors do that across Queensland all the time. Now, the Brigginshaw principle is from a 1938 case. That's a long-standing principle of Australian law on the balance of probabilities in serious matters, and as explained, that requires the issue of the standard is still there, but the issue of the potential consequences can be taken into account to determine whether or not the evidence is sufficient to regard a positive decision based on the civil test. Council is entitled, in my view, given the reasons which have been enunciated in the motion, to find that allegation 1 and allegation 2 have not been substantiated, and therefore it's not reasonably satisfied that Councillor Antonelli is engaged in any conduct breach.
Thank you. Councillor Madden is the seconder of that. Do you wish to make any statements? Thank you. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to just reconfirm my position that it's my view the transcript or the notes from individual councillors should be part of the records, I guess, that goes back to the OIA explaining the reasons for the decision, just noting that Councillor Tully's commentary came after the decision. So I think it's really important that the individual statements and arguments put forward by individual councillors are part of that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Which I think is what Councillor Tully said.
What I'm thinking of doing, this is obviously recommendation E that we're looking at now. Would that be correct, the one that Councillor E has put through? I would say that we'll put forward a recommendation F after this to make sure.
So
speaking to what you've put forward, which is the record of reasons for particular decisions. Any other comments?
Well, it's not the reasons. It's also the decision of council, the positive decision, including the reasons for that positive decision.
Yes, and I'd like to speak to that. There were some things in there that was said that I don't agree with. I believe that council staff were identified. I mean, I'm just reading here a direct quote from Councillor Antonelli. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting a different result. Do our leasing arm and our events teams talk to one another, because they clearly we're not getting it right. So that's identifying those people and those teams in council. So I did that would be identified. And I still see that I understand with the Human Rights Act and the freedom of expression and so on, but we also have an obligation under the Local Government Act to follow the Code of Conduct. And the Code of Conduct is very clear that we need to treat fellow councillors, local government employees and members of the public with courtesy, honesty and fairness. And also 3.3, which is at all times strive to maintain and strengthen the public's trust and confidence in the integrity of the local government and avoid any action which may diminish its standing, authority or dignity. So appreciate that you put it up, but that's me speaking against.
Thank you.
Yep.
Could I just clarify how this appears in the minutes? You got the first two parts of the original motion which were defeated. So they're not part of the motion because it was defeated. So the paragraph C wasn't proceeded with. Paragraph C and D have already been adopted. So the only thing that has been...
E. So we've got to put this forward. So Councillor Tully, I see that you're putting forward 2548, the recording of the reasons for particular decisions, and that's what you've done now. You've put forward your reasons.
It's more than the reasons. It's not the reasons for the decision. This is the reasons for the decision that there's been no breach. So this motion...
the reason for the decision for this council deciding there was no breach.
Yes, but that's only in this. It's all in the one motion.
Yes.
We haven't yet. Yes,
correct.
okay.
Correct.
But just just to clarify that how this is proceeding in the minutes, the only thing that's been two things that have been agreed to are paragraphs, the original paragraphs C and D. I think no D and E. Is that right?
A, B, C, D.
No, A and B haven't been agreed to.
Yes, they have. We've already voted on those.
But they were defeated.
Yes.
Yeah. So
they put and lost.
Okay. So
what
is? Yeah, but. So, well, I'll ask a question then. Is this going to be recorded that the paragraphs? What were the two that originally agreed to? D and E. Is that correct? Okay. And that was agreed to.
So, to me, this one is, I guess, recommendation E, which is the recording of reasons for particular decisions, and you've put that forward.
No, this is the motion I'm moving. It's not just the reasons. This is why this needs to be really clear.
Okay, so you're wanting... So you've got here in your paperwork motion A and... no, just A. A, B, C, and...
Yeah, but more
so what you've got written here is as motion A. Do you want that put forward as E?
Well, I think it should appear before. Yeah, we've done it the other way round in a way. But it should appear as the motion that was adopted by council, if it's adopted, could be defeated. So
okay, we've already got... I can't go back and change the four motions that we've already made.
That's correct.
So now, well, I'll call this motion E. You've got you've got A here. That council, having considered the two matters regarding alleged conduct breaches by council internally, referred from the Office of the Independent Assessor to the council's chief executive on the 29th of October 2024, decides as follows.
That suggests that if it becomes E, that it's part of the original motion and it's not intended as that. This is a separate motion in its own right. So there'll be two motions, the way I see it, and how it should be recorded. That motion, well, it's just A that I've moved, and that needs to be voted on. And then there's the other two elements that have already been...
You can't make it A because you've already had an A, B, C, D, Councillor Tully.
Yeah, well, this is a separate motion, man.
May I...
Well, no one raised this. I gave ample opportunity for people to raise things, and it wasn't raised. So we've had an agreement. We've not an agreement, but we've voted on A, B, C, and D.
Yes, correct.
Yes, have you got a
my
suggestion?
interpretation is once a motion A is put to the council and it's defeated, it's no longer the motion before council.
That's right.
So a new motion A can be proposed.
That's not how I see it, and I'm the chair, so
Could I,
it was defeated. It needs to be recorded.
Yeah, but it's no longer the motion before the council. It doesn't...
We go on to the next motion, which is motion B.
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily relate now to the decision that we're now likely to make. It's a previous decision on the same matter. We're still required to make another decision on the matter, but that motion that was defeated, that's not really part of what we're considering with this next decision.
So we have differences of opinion. As the chair, I will say this. You put forward a motion A, let's make that motion E.
No, I don't accept that, Mayor.
Can you talk me through it then? Why not?
I will propose, I already got a mover and a seconder, that in my motion, that to take out the letter A, if that's agreed to by the seconder. So that it wasn't intended as a substitute, this was a motion in its own right. So to remove paragraph A, that's not a substitution for the other paragraph A, this is a totally separate motion.
Okay, yep.
Okay.
So we've got recommendations A through to D at the moment. So what are you calling this one? You have to give it a name.
No, this is a separate motion in its own right. This is not an amendment to that original motion. It's not an inclusion in the original motion. It is a separate motion to be considered by council.
Yeah, so that's why it's motion E.
Well, E suggests it's part of the original motion, and it's not part of the original motion. It's a separate motion in its own right.
Can you give me an example where we have a council report where you're suggesting this? I'm just trying to find out what the framework is.
You might have a motion before council with A, B and C. Not this one, I'll just use this as a theoretical example. And A, B and C are all defeated, and a councillor puts up an alternative motion, just one paragraph. That doesn't get substituted for the original motion.
What do you call this then, Councillor Tully?
This is a separate motion.
And what number, letter, what do you call it? I need to give it a...
Okay. We had the original motion. 2 paragraphs were defeated in the original motion and 2 were agreed to.
Yes.
Yes. And that was the end of that motion. And that motion's been dealt with. Then I've moved another motion, which is this, with the exclusion of paragraph A.
Well, no, if I look at the papers, it's recommendations A through to D. So it's not motion, they've got recogmendations, Councillor Tully.
Can you scroll up, Mayor? Can we get just to the top?
To the original.
Just to where it's A.
Yeah, I've asked it. Hang on, which one? Mine or the original one? The original one. Yeah.
So, sorry, as the chair, can I just say this? You haven't convinced me, Councillor Tully, so I don't understand why we just can't make your motion E as the recording of the reasons for the particular decisions.
Because it is not just the recording of the reasons.
Okay.
It is the recording of the decision, and then first of all, it's a recording of the particular decision, and then the reasons.
Okay, so what we're doing, you're wanting a motion there, which is what the similar wording... Well, your 6 pages, but your 6 pages is your motion there. A doesn't actually state, it just says having considered. It doesn't say a negative or a positive, and you go straight into all the reasons.
No, I'm sorry, it doesn't. All of the wording, Mayor, is the motion. If you read allegation 1 and they're separated, it says it makes the decision on the balance of probabilities, which is the first required legal element, and then it says for the following reasons. So both elements have been included in the one motion. It is not just the reasons, because otherwise we've got no decision at all, one way or the other, because the first A and B were defeated.
Okay. So are you saying that you would have put a motion forward, regardless of what it's called, to record that the council has made a decision that a conduct breach just did not occur, and then you're going to give something separately as a recording of reasons for particular decisions?
No, the motion, as we did I believe in the case of Councillor Madsen some time ago, we incorporated the decision and the reasons for the decision in the one document, in the one motion. So, except for taking out, I think the confusion is that my motion had a paragraph A in it, which is not a substitute for the original paragraph A. So I would be satisfied if the minutes showed the original motion that was moved, that paragraphs A and B were defeated and paragraphs C and D were carried.
Yes,
that's that motion.
That's what's happened.
And that's been dealt with. And then there was another motion, completely separate motion, without any paragraph number to it, moved by me, which incorporates the decision and the reasons.
Okay. I philosophically don't agree with it. I think there should be a number in it, but the CEO is giving me the nod. So if you want to have a motion there with no letter, no recommendation, I guess we'll proceed with that.
Well, the reason was that I thought that if that situation had arisen, that those last 2 paragraphs may not have been dealt with until there was an alternative motion, because the decision that was...
Well, it has been. We've made that decision.
Yeah, and I agree with that. That's fine. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so
that
you're putting forward, Councillor Tully, that you want to put this up as a motion that has no letter or number against it. It's just sitting there, hanging there on its own as a motion?
Correct. in relation to this matter which has been presented.
I disagree. I'm asking you to put it forward as E. That'll be my decision as the chair.
Okay.
If you want to do a motion of dissent, please feel free to do so.
No, what I will do is that I'll move this procedural motion, that Councillor Tully's motion be put as a separate motion in its own right.
Okay. So you put that forward. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you. Okay, sorry. We'll just wait for Vicky to... I just think for good governance, Councillor, we'll speak to it, I guess, when you put it forward.
Well,
okay, Councillor, do you mind repeating what you said? So for
Councillor Tully's motion be presented separately in the minutes as a separate motion.
But not as recommendation E.
Well, yeah, that's a separate motion, yeah. And
well, it was going to be put as a separate motion, but
yeah.
as E, but you're not
okay,
wanting the letter E.
The reason I'm moving, is there a second to that, Mayor? Oh, yeah, there is. The reason I'm moving that is for good governance.
Actually, can I just check you've had that, and we had Councillor Madden second it, just to make sure that we've... Oops. It's all good.
I'm ready to proceed if that's been... I'm satisfied that's the motion I've presented.
So, and you've spoken to it, do you wish to speak to it again?
Yeah, no, I wish to make it clear that it is for good governance, so that there is quite clear that this is a motion, a twofold motion, one to make a particular finding, and secondly, the reasons for that decision, which both have to be expressed. So it's not just reasons on its own, because without doing that, without stating what the decision was, or is, or would be if this motion is carried, you don't just record the reasons for that. And to make it clear that it's a separate motion that followed on completely and separately from the other motion. It's not an amendment to the last motion, because that's been dealt with. It can't be an amendment to that motion now, because that's been dealt with. Now we're on to a separate motion, and it should be recorded separately. I think that is fundamental to good governance and to the proper presentation of minutes.
Thank you. Councillor Madden as the seconder.
The E, where we have to give reasons for the decision pursuant to section 150AH.
The reasons are specified right through.
Do you think in your motion you might want to mention section 150AH?
No, I don't think, because we've got to give the reasons. We don't have to quote the section, but under allegation 1 and 2, the first four paragraphs, after specifying what the finding is, we've said for the following reasons.
Yes, but it doesn't say words about reasons in the motion.
Yes, it does. That's what I read.
Councillor Tully's motion be presented separately in the minutes in a separate motion.
That's correct.
Well,
and that is this.
You've got to have more words.
No, that was the issue of whether or not my motion should be paragraph E.
That's right.
We've already dealt with the Mayor's motion, and that can't be amended, because that's gone.
So rather than say the Mayor's motion, it was the motion that came from the investigator, and
Mayor's
just to be really
motion,
clear,
that motion,
that's that motion that I did move, but it was the recommendation of the investigator.
Yeah, that's correct.
You don't want to connect this with the letter we have to write to the Office of the Independent Assessor.
No, because that's already been agreed to.
The only thing we haven't agreed to are the reasons for the decision.
Well, can I just please read this? This is under allegation 1, that the same words appear under allegation 2. Having considered all the evidence and material provided, the Council decides on the balance of probabilities that Councillor Antonelli has not engaged in a conduct breach for the following reasons.
Okay.
And then if you keep going on, all those reasons are specified.
Okay.
However, they're not the reasons put forward by the other councillors.
Well, they don't have to be. They're the reasons I put forward in a motion.
But we need to also have the reasons for the other councillors. I think that's the...
Yeah, that's a separate issue.
No. I'm sorry, Councillor Tully. Councillor Doyle is right, that there have been a variety of reasons given by councillors for their decision, and that needs to be recorded.
I'm happy with that, and I'm happy if councillors, it's as part of the discussion of this motion, that whatever they say be included if they're relevant to the reasons for the decision.
So I think we'd have to put in a motion, a recommendation in there that that a transcript is put in of what the councillors' reasons were.
I'm happy to second that.
Okay, I was going to say, I'm not sure that that's required because there is a legal obligation on the CEO to do that. So regardless of what we say or do here, our CEO will actually do that. And I'm sure we'll draw on the transcripts of the individuals who've spoken to it.
Okay, so what's being decided right now is that Councillor Tully's motion be presented separately in the minutes as a separate motion. So we're deciding whether to do that or not because I've said no. So then we'll go into what that motion is.
There's been a mover and a seconder,
has
so
seconded it.
we can debate
I'm going to speak against it. Look, good governance, when someone's going back to this in 10 years' time, 20 years' time, we have recommendations A, B, C, then there's going to be something else hanging off the end. Let's have good governance, good paperwork, something that's logical that we can follow. I ask that the motion that Councillor Tully puts up, that we make that motion E, a recommendation E. I think that's the simplest way, and that's following the good governance principles to making it simple and easy for people to reference in the future. Any other people to speak to it? Councillor Doyle.
Just my personal view is that this is stepping outside of the legal framework that is in front of us for that decision we had to make today. Just my thoughts anyway. It's gone well and truly outside of that.
Okay. Councillor, you want to say? Oh.
Sorry, can I just ask Councillor Doyle, in what aspect is it outside of that, just so I'm aware?
Today we had legislative provisions that we had to consider based on evidence, and I truly believe that the matter has been complicated or made more complex than what is intended under the legislation and the investigation policy. But as I mentioned, that's only my personal thoughts.
Can I just make a suggestion? I need to take a brief comfort break and I'll race back. But if people want the decision to fit a sort of format or something, can we try to find consensus on that?
Yep.
Because it's one thing for people to disagree, but we're kind of disagreeing on how a decision's formatted instead of trying to find something that we're all agreeable to.
Yes.
If there's a standard formatting that's best for the independent assessor when that goes through, or any recording of the decision that takes place, somebody can propose that, that's fine. On a basic level, I do agree with Councillor Tully that his motion is the one before council, and the A and B from before, in my opinion, is no longer relevant. It's been decided, it's in the minutes. There can be another A or B. Moving forward, it's quite messy since there's already a C and D. But the suggestion that it has to be an E, I disagree with, because the A and B has been defeated. They're no longer before the council. Somebody can propose a new A and B. That's my opinion, but I'd like us to try and find consensus so that it arrives in a format that everyone's comfortable with.
May I make
And on that note, I will leave and come back very shortly.
I've had a number of people text me requesting a comfort break. May I ask that to come back at 2:30, may I ask councillors not to discuss the matter? It's really important for this process, even though the main decision has been made. CEO, may I please ask for you to put your mind to it? I'm happy for you to have a discussion with Councillor Tully. I'm keen to have a consensus, as Councillor Madsen said.
Sorry, Mayor Chair, there hasn't been voting. There's been no voting on
I know that.
Yeah.
I know there hasn't, but I'm going to ask for an adjournment because I've had several people ask for a comfort break. Can we come back at 2:30? Can I ask people to respect the chambers and not discuss the matter outside, please? Thank you. All those in favour of an adjournment, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. It's 2:30. We've just come back from an adjournment. I can certainly confirm that I did not speak with any councillors. In regards to this matter, I did have a discussion with the CEO on a way forward, and I can just hope that all the other councillors also did not have that discussion. If I may, I think we've sort of come to something that may be considered for all. When in minutes, when resolutions are done, they get their individual item number, a resolution number. So with that in mind, and also looked at the matter that you talked about earlier, Councillor Tully, about the suspected inappropriate conduct of a councillor back when, I think in February 2023, and that was handled differently because there was no investigation. So what I'd say is, if you withdraw your motion, we can go forward with how you'd like to do it. So, and the council organisation, from a governance perspective, will track it by giving it its own resolution number.
Thank you.
Does it make sense?
The point of my amendment was that in relation to the motions that you put forward, and were either two weren't agreed to and two were, that whole motion has been dealt with. So putting on paragraph E could give paragraph E gives the suggestion that we're amending in some way that original motion. My only aim was to ensure that what's already been decided by council is preserved, and that my motion just stands, and if I'm hearing it correctly, with a separate number, but just as a motion in its own right, not with a paragraph E.
Correct.
I've already said...
It'll be up as the committee clerk has it up on the screen.
With paragraph A, which I'd originally proposed.
It won't be with paragraph A.
No, I know, without that, with that taken out.
With what taken? Yeah, yes, without, yes.
The letter A.
It'll be exactly as printed as on the screen.
I'm happy with that, and I'll, with the consent of the seconder, I'll withdraw my motion.
And I'm just checking around the room. Everyone's okay? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So the recommendation before us is, as Councillor Tully read out to us probably about an hour ago, the 6 pages. Any other discussion on what you put forward to us? I know that you've already spoken to your motion. Yeah, so you've already spoken to your motion earlier, Councillor Tully. You read the whole thing out and then gave a summary on top of that. So I'll open up for anyone else to have a...
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, are we going to attach to this now substantive motion another recommendation that properly captures Councillor Doyle's concerns around transcripts and the like?
I don't believe we need to. The CEO has a legal obligation at law to report back, and I'm confident she will absolutely do that. And whatever transcripts decisions she draws on will be a matter for her, but she will absolutely meet her obligations. That doesn't need to be part of this.
Yeah, well, thank you. If you're comfortable, I am.
You're welcome. Thank you. And just so everyone knows, can you scroll the whole way, Vicky, just to show everyone that's got the entire 6 pages from Councillor Tully. And
that amendment on the first page of changing tracks to trucks.
Yes, we did.
Thank you.
Okay.
First mistake in my whole life.
Okay. Oh, please. Please, Councillor Tully, don't. Okay. So that is the motion before us. Any right of reply, Councillor Tully, before we go to...
Just very
then we
briefly,
go to vote
it's
after
been
this.
a long day and we had another meeting scheduled for 1 o'clock. I'll just say I've endeavoured in good faith to cover a range of issues which mainly relate to the right of councillors, even in a rather direct way to raise matters. I acknowledge what Councillor Madden had said, that he had successfully got included in our training, a suite of training. It's probably, and without directly referring to this case, councillors always benefit from further training and further information and on the code of conduct and the obligations of councillors. So I'll put this together in good faith. It's my real belief that councillors have to have a good measure of the ability to speak openly, and we can draw our own conclusions one way or the other, whether we find that there has been a breach or hasn't been a breach, I still think it's an opportunity for all councillors, just to, even with what was said of why there may have been a breach, I think it's an opportunity for all of us just to take a bit of measure ourselves, including myself, that we just need to be smart as the leaders of the community in the way in which we handle things.
Thank you. Now go to the vote. Those in favour of this motion, please raise your hand. And it's Councillor Madsen, Councillor Johnick, Councillor Tully, Councillor Martin, Councillor Madden. Those against, myself, Councillor Augustine and Councillor Doyle. Thank you. So that motion has passed and that matter is concluded. And that was the final matter for today. Thank you very much. I know there were people in the public gallery, I think you've left now, for it. Thank you very much for everyone coming together. Thank you. I'll close the meeting now at 2:36.